So, all right. I'm going to mute. Why am I still kind of hear double, but that's okay. We're going to wait until some people get in the house. Let me okay, I'm live on Facebook, which I want to make sure I turn off. Twitter. And we don't want that. I did the wrong thing. Okay, so we're back, sort of. Give me just 1 second, and I apologize for that. So we are going to do. All right, so Dr. Claus in the building, 77. I think we can actually get started. Put it here. No. Let's see. Let's see. We are doing this live. Let's see. So that's me. Copy. Link. All right. And okay. I think we are finally ready to rock. I really apologize, everyone, but you guys are with me. I really appreciate how you guys rock and roll with me whenever we have any technical difficulties. You guys always come back. So Atlanta is in the house. We have Tia from Jersey. We have Audria from Atlanta. We have Patrick Courthouse Notes, my favorite, from Amsterdam. We have, let's see, we have Tonya in the house. We have Kim. It's always a pleasure to have you in the house. We have Raka Bash. Thank you so much for the salute. We have my triplet in the house, Chicago, Cabria. We have Marilyn McNair. We have Drea Dances. Nikki is here from 631. And we also have to, we already shouted out Raka, but we also have to let everyone know that Raka is in Detroit, 313. We have Larice from the ATL. I don't know if that's Che Boy or Shay Boy or what have you. So I know Cassandra's trying to get in the room, but if you could go to either Facebook or if you could go to YouTube, that would be fantastic. All right. So we are, hopefully Ricky will join us, and we're going to switch it up a little bit this week. And we are going to actually not do what we were originally going to do, which is kind of talk about the rollout of the state. We wanted to talk more about the band with no name, which was the band, the term that Harold Pride coined for our favorite band, the Sign of the Times Love Sexy Band. And again, retention through repetition, for those of you who don't know, but shame on you if you don't. But basically, Sheila E on drums, Levi Seacer Jr. on bass, Miko Weaver on guitar, Boni Boyer on keys and background vocals, Dr. Fink. We got the best horn section in town with Eric Leeds and Atlanta Bliss. We also have Wally Safford, we have Greg Brooks, and we have the one and only Cat Glover. And we have the Never Be Another, Prince Rogers Nelson, in the greatest band of all time. And we wanted to make sure that we gave enough reverence to the band with no name. And we discussed last week that we were kind of doing a medley just because the time kind of flew by. And we wanted to start off, I actually kind of want to start off with the history lesson that Leigh had talked about in terms of giving us. And so we invited Leigh back to make sure you got that Black history lesson. So we're going to actually start off with Leigh first, and then we'll go into talking about some after shows and rehearsals and more, basically band with no name.
Real quick, can I, the only reason I'm jumping in here is that this is our last session. You've done an amazing job. And I want to give honor to your birthday that's coming up. So your birthday is, I think, in a couple of days, and you have a lot. You're not someone that demands the spotlight, but I really truly want to give you the happiest of birthdays I can give you from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat, as well as the other panelists, feel the same. So happy birthday, D'Angelo. I just wanted to get that out before we started.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And actually, I'm glad you said that, because I'm not doing anything for my birthday. This is my birthday celebration. So you actually kicked it off for me. So thank you so much, Harold, for that. Really appreciate it. So now it is Black History Lesson time.
And I will just add to something I know she'll appreciate. She could have stayed at Uptown, but she came here to party with y'all. So happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
So Forever in My Life in Trek. So like with the First Avenue version, the film version, and now the new Trek version, Prince provides us three different perspectives of the same song, right? Which is part of his genius. But the U-Trek version of Forever in My Life has more of an Al Green sensibility than the film version. And what this shows is that Bunny Boyer, and then later Rosie Gaines, and then even Shelby J to a lesser extent, they were to Prince what Wanda Neal Bobo and Linda Jones were to Al Green. If you don't know those two fabulous Black female singers, Wanda Neal Bobo and Linda Jones, you need to look them up, because a lot of what you know about Al Green harmony was supplied by those two women, and that is what Bunny Boyer is giving Prince. Thus, the only thing missing from this performance is the tambourine from When the Dawn in the Morning Comes, but I won't go there, right? But Prince is essentially, at the end of Forever in My Life, Prince is essentially playing the organ. And I was talking to Brother Pride, and we're trying to decide if it's Prince or if it's Levi. The only reason I'm thinking it's Prince is because the acoustic guitar stops. So that's why I'm thinking it may be Prince. But even if it's Levi, because of what Brother Pride can tell us about Levi, and Nicolay also, and basically everybody else on this panel can tell you about Levi's church background, that this organ is a phonetic signification. That Prince is not only more than just what he thinks he is. The style in which the organ is being played signifies that Black musicians, especially those Black musicians who come from the church, are more musically sophisticated than most folks understand. It's not just that one of them are playing the organ, which is a staple of the Black church. It's that it's being played in subtle other undertones of variety that, unless you spent a great deal of time in the Black church, you don't know that this is regularly done. Unless you spent a great deal of time in the Black church, you don't know how regularly and how fluently these musicians amalgamate jazz, blues, funk, all in the gospel, right? This organ playing at the end of Forever in My Life is the history of Thomas Dorsey. Now, some people are like, who is Thomas Dorsey? Well, Thomas Dorsey is the greatest gospel songwriter of all times, with such staples as Precious Lord, Take My Hand, Peace in the Valley, and If You See My Savior. Yet Thomas Dorsey was a successful blues man before he became the greatest gospel writer of all time. I would even add that Thomas Dorsey may have been the original Kirk Franklin, because Thomas Dorsey was kicked out of churches because they thought his church music was too gospel affiliated. I'm sorry, that his gospel music was too blues affiliated. This is what Prince is channeling in his version of, in the Utrecht version of Forever in My Life. And I want to be clear what I'm saying, because I know I'm going to upset a lot of folk, but either Prince or Levi is playing the organ in a way not to show that they are special, but to show that the community from which they come is special. To show that the Black community that birthed him is special, because you can get this type of musicianship at many Black churches today. The type of organ playing happens every Sunday morning at 11 a.m. at New Pilgrim Rest, Holy Oak, Greater Jerusalem, New Morning Missionary Baptist Church. And the call and response at the end of Forever in My Life, and the chant with the crowd is African in origin and nature. The call and response is an affirmation of the community, because African people have always believed I am because we are, and we are because I am, acknowledging and celebrating a circular relationship of the individual and the collective, which is again often illustrated through our song, our poetry, and our theater. And then the coup de grace is at the 1140 mark, with which Prince accentuates all of this, and he's not doing it, but all of this is accentuated through the drumming, which is at the core. And I don't remember, so anyone else can correct me on this, I don't remember this type of African drumming happening on Forever in My Life, which is, for me, is the essence of African ethos, right? Make no mistake, that's African drumming being played at the 1140 mark. And it proves what Miles Davis said: when Prince wants to make love to his woman, he doesn't hear reveille, he hears drums. That's Africa. That's an African American man showing us that sensuality and is an aspect of spirituality, and that the spirit and the flesh work in tandem in everything that we do, whether it's good or bad. That's an African concept as old as the flow of blood through human bodies, which makes the combination of Forever in My Life and it the ideal articulation of love from a man of African descent, with the organ paying a nod and a homage to Black culture. That's it. That's all I got.
All right, the offering's coming early today. All right, so I don't know I don't know why I decided that. I think we should have ended with that.
So this, like, Sealy, you wouldn't know because you have zero. So if you're one of the most brilliant people on the planet to have zero social media presence, but I made a quick comment earlier this week that it's absolutely unfair to follow you on anything. Like, it's just like, and to have that at the top of the event, it's kind of like, well, can we talk about Aftershows? Like, I have nothing like after that. So it's just, yeah.
I feel like Russell Simmons. Thank y'all for coming out. Good night. That's how. It's been lovely. It's been lovely.
I do think, though, because Sealy brought up something, and he mentioned Boni Boyer, Rosie Gaines, and also Shelby J. And, those women were very, very integral in creating this kind of choral presence, and this kind of domination of background and supporting vocals in Prince's work, beginning with this band, beginning with Boni. Prior to Boni, there had not been anyone with that kind of voice, and with that kind of presence. But I do want to connect it to Oakland and this sort of tradition, still a tradition within modern music. But I want to talk about Sylvester for a minute, and as well as 2 Tons of Funds. And at the time, 2 Tons was Martha Wash and Izora Armstead, excuse me. At one point, Jeannie Tracy came on board as well. But when we think of Sylvester, who went the majority of his career singing in exclusively falsetto, and having these women with these very robust and large vocal ranges supporting his work, it created this kind of tonal dynamic that we'd not seen to that degree for for someone who was identified as a cis man who sang in falsetto, which unfortunately people were still connecting at that time to women. Right. And to be supported by women and having that dynamic be already in place in the late 70s, moving into the early 80s. Once we get to the early 80s, before we have, the band with no name, we think of Boni Boyer. Boni Boyer is, before she joined Prince's band, she was on Sylvester's Mutual Attraction album. So before we get, so like Boni was the beginning of a kind of tradition. And by the time you get to 2010 and Prince is outright doing Dance Disco Heat, as you know, as the end of the bookend of a particular show, it makes complete sense because to some degree, Prince had been replicating Sylvester's absolute ministry and his singularity as a masterful background arranger. So I really wanted to kind of hit on that since you kind of gave me that to pivot from. And again, speaking to the importance of Boni Oakland and that tradition. It begins with Boni. And again, you know, Rosie Gaines, she picked that ball up again. Rosie's from Pittsburgh, California, which is in the same region as all of these guys who made up this band. So I think it's just really, really important to kind of focus on this moment, focus on this tour, focus on Sign of the Times as a part of Black history. And we'll get to it later in the conversation, but some of that and some of the revisionism has, and some of my rejection and resistance related to the publicity surrounding this box set doesn't honor the fact that this work, Prince's work, and Prince are a part of Black history. Mm-hmm.
Amen.
Amen. So speaking of Boni Boyer, I was listening to the Vienna show, Aftershow, earlier today, and her performance on Adore just really floored me because I hadn't heard that in a while. Because actually, the Vienna show is one of my very first bootlegs. I still actually have it on cassette. And when I was listening to it, I remember Nicolay, you saying that you don't want to listen to the crowd because they're so up in the mix. And I don't know what they're saying, but I've heard those voices so many times. They're like my friends. And I don't even know, like what they're saying. So yeah, we got to give a shout to Boni. So Harold, I'm going to give the floor back to you because I feel like there were some after shows and rehearsals that you really wanted to do a deeper dive on. So I'm going to let you get off.
Yeah. So since you brought up Vienna, which is, one of my favorite one-offs from this tour. There's just so much to speak about that particular performance. And there's so many rarities there that like we couldn't find enough time to really give honor to all of it. But, the fact that he starts his set and his show with Housequake, and there's a little bit of For Love tacked on at the end, and then moving into the only live performance of The Ball, which, again, the low-hanging fruit argument here that it seems like there's kind of like this unanimous agreement that an after show should have been present. The Ball, the only performance of it, was on this during this Vienna show. And it would have been nice, since obviously the studio version had been included, to include this after show. There's so many other rarities even outside of that, but we'll get to it. So that performance of The Ball where, Sheila's obviously started on the kit, Prince is singing, and then about midway through, you hear them switch. And Prince starts playing the drums, and then Sheila starts to do Holly Rock. And Sheila also kind of moves into like de facto MC mode. And all of it is just ridiculously funky. So that performance of The Ball followed by a super lengthy version of Housequake, it already sets the bar pretty high from an after show standpoint. Then we get to, it's listed, like bootleggers have been listing it as Girls and Boys. It's not really reminiscent of the studio version that we know, but as an improv, and the ideas he's calling out to the band members to create a sound that literally obviously just came to him, and hearing him change the tempo, hearing him telling Eric in Atlanta exactly what he needed to hear at that point. It goes back to the importance of the component of Prince being a teacher and having that piece be explored and also embedded into each of these deluxe editions versus it just being a Revolution fan's wet dream. Let's talk about what we don't know. And what we don't know is Prince, and we didn't have enough visibility or insight into Prince as the teacher. And to hear him start this groove with Sheila, he starts the groove with Sheila, and then he morphs it. He's taken section by section and given each section directions to create this movement before he starts ad-libbing on top of it, which again is one of the funkiest things I've ever heard. That version of Adore that you spoke about with Boni, there's something about Boni singing on it where it really does feel like it's just Prince and Boni. And you can feel without being in the room and obviously without any additional context around the history of that song or that particular arrangement, because I don't believe that it at any point was really considered for the live show. It's interesting to hear it played and hear it played that way. And for him to kind of at one point get out of the way and give it over to Boni to sing. So that version of Adore is super special and produced in a way that is so considerate. I think Miles Marshall Lewis at one point called Adore overproduced, which can be argued as much as it is a perfect composition to a lot of us. I can almost see the argument of it being an overproduced production. In the case of this Aftershow's performance with Prince and Boni, there's so much consideration is given to space. Moving on from there, he starts a kind of familiar groove based around I Got My Mind Made Up, which it's funky. I don't want to minimize it, but I'm also not going to talk about it too much. If you're familiar with after-show performances from this era, you kind of know, or you're at least kind of familiar with that template. I want to talk about the instrumental that I really want to talk about more than any other track. The instrumental between that groove and Purple Rain. He's starting the groove at the keyboard, which is essentially where he was for the last improv. I Got My Mind Made Up. So he introduces what is essentially like the bass line that Levi kind of jumps in and replicates. It's a super fast tempo. Sheila jumps right in. She starts to play it. And what we hear from like the next 10 minutes is essentially Prince and Sheila responding to each other. So he starts this super fast groove. Sheila plays it, and you can almost imagine her reading his silhouette because from a vantage standpoint, she's obviously, just looking at his back. But they're responding to each other, and it just continues to expand and expand and expand until the song it literally explodes. And if you're familiar with the song, or if you're not familiar with it, you'll understand why I'm using that language, because within the last like minute and a half, 2 minutes, it's like a guitar solo that he's kind of been exploring with the possibilities, exploring the notes throughout the entire jam, and then it all coalesces and comes together in the last minute and a half, where it's just like absolute euphoria. And I have no idea how the members of that band were able to kind of move forward after such an intense performance. So above all, for this show, if you're not familiar with this particular performance, it's worth seeking out just to hear that piece and just to hear Sheila and Prince respond to each other, which is again why I think that as a drummer, she was afforded a kind of freedom and flexibility that none of these other drummers can ever proclaim. And part of that was because she knew how to respond to him in a way that was not obtrusive, but intuitive. And they created a composition on the spot that literally just floors that literally just floored almost everything that you experienced from any other live performance up until that point from Prince, which is a bold statement, but when you hear it, you'll understand. So I'll stop talking about it right now. He performs Purple Rain after that, but that particular instrumental between he and Sheila is really worth the price of admission.
All right, Kamilah.
I'm just so dying to get in. I feel like I've had an explosion over here between Harold and Leigh. There's so much I wanted to talk about, and I'm going to try to keep it short. But forgive me. Okay, yeah, because this era. Wait, where is it at? Where, yes, is all I have to say about this entire era of this thing. Cabria talked about the African beats. I'm channeling that because Prince was rocking the crowbows during Sign of the Times, and no one talked about that in the liner notes. But I think just about anything Black was effaced from those liner notes. But that's for the last hour. What I did want to talk about. Was going back to see Leigh, and I'm going to dovetail into what Harold said because I just am over here like taking notes. But I love what Leigh said about the Black sensibility and the Black history lesson that Prince gives in Forever in My Life in the Utrecht show, and just the evolution of the performances. Because if we go back to that original version, and when a couple of weeks ago when you guys were talking about it, and no one was really a fan of it, and I think it really speaks to the genius, creativity, artistry, and depth of musical range of this band that through months of playing the song with this band, he was able to realize the potential of that song. I'm happy. Thank you, Dr. Claw. It's a joint effort between my sister Cabria and me. But I think what's so beautiful about hearing the Utrecht performance, seeing the Sign of the Times performance, as Leigh said, this marriage of it and Forever in My Life, you really see this evolution and growth of Prince as a musician, finding a different voice. There's a quote, and I'm going to quote Prince a lot. I was grabbing together some Prince quotes for today, just because Prince is missing from a lot of this project. Harold talked about Prince as a teacher, a band leader, an artist, a lyricist, a rebel. If it weren't for Daphne Brooks' piece, I wouldn't know this was about Prince, because it's an epilogue and love letter to Wendy, Lisa, and Susanna, because even Fink, Bobby Z, and God forbid Brown Mark, they barely get an honorable mention. But I want to see Prince centered in his work, and he told us so much about his work, his art, while he was here, and I hate that is missing. So I got together some quotes from the 2014 Essence interview, that 2015 Ebony interview, and even from Beautiful Ones. And one of the things that I love that he said about his bands, and I thought about it from this band, that to me, I see as the blueprint for all the Prince bands that follow. They set a bar so high that, Prince in I think it's the Essence interview, he says a real musician is always in creative mode. And then they said he picks up a butter knife and starts cutting the air with it. He said that's what I use with the Revolution for making a cutting motion. He says the implication is that they were sharp, fearless, the baddest, best rehearsed band in the land. But ask them to do what we did tonight, to improvise, there would be a problem. That's what I love about this new arrangement, the energy, they're in the moment. Later on, he talks about when he brought in Eric and Eddie M on the Purple Rain tour, because he was the only soloist in the band. He said, if I wasn't soloing, Matt was, but Matt could only solo what he practiced. And he said, that's something different. He said, there's the channel and then there's the practice, technical way that somebody plays. And Fink, he's incredible at that, something he's practiced. So there was no other soloist in the band. So Eddie M, one of the horn players, and Eric was brought in. And I think this is important to note, because this band is where we see just what Harold was talking about, this improvisation. this ability to create on the spot under the direction of Prince, the teacher, Prince, the band leader, Prince, the artist. And it's just beautiful. And it set the bar of expectation so high for everyone that followed. It was like, if you're coming in this band, you better know how to solo. You better know how to improvise. So from the band with no name forward to maybe, with the exception of the Kirky J, that kind of weird Raven to the Joy Fantastic amalgamation, and Third Eye Girl, there was such a depth of range of musicality so that church could come in, that Africa could come in. See, Lee talked about the U-Track show and the African rhythm that Sheila plays on those drums. Also, on Hot Thing, on that U-Track show, there's a percussive introduction that's very Afro-Latin that Sheila E. plays coming into that. And I love the way he's experimenting with these different rhythms throughout this kind of sign of the times live performance throughout 1987. So there's so much going on, and it's all owed to the fact that he has finally got assembled this master class of musicians who have the range and depth and creativity to be able to do what he needs them to do. So we see Forever in My Life go from that sketch to these fully elaborate. The Utrecht performance is different from the First Avenue performance, which I love, is different from the Sign of the Times performance in the film, which I love. And so again, it's this range, the Sylvester range, Oakland in the house. But I want to also, before I stop, talk about I Got My Mind Made Up, because Harold didn't go into detail, but as a Chicago house head in 87, that was playing in the clubs, in the house clubs. I Got My Mind Made Up by Instant Funk. And I'm like, okay, Kat talked about how she was taking him to the warehouse, and she introduced him to Frankie Knuckles, and there's this house music component. And so when I hear these after shows and I hear him playing Instant Funk's I Got My Mind Made Up, and I'm like, this is what was popping in the house clubs at that time. And so he's pulling, and this band can play it, and they can go into jazz, and they can go into funk, and they can go into rock, and they can play pop also. So it's just the depth and breadth of talent in this band that it was like no other. And I love the later, some later MPG. I love when Rhonda and John Blackwell, they were an amazing rhythm section, Sonny T, Michael B. But this band was the blueprint, and I'll just stop there for now.
I agree. I'll just jump in real quick. I was saving I Got My Mind Made Up for discussion on the new morning after show.
Okay.
So it
was coming.
It's definitely coming.
Okay.
So one of the things that I wanted to talk a little bit more about is the Vienna show, and more specifically the girls and boys kind of jam, or I don't know. It starts off girls and boys, but then it goes somewhere entirely different. And one of the things I like about that is you can hear Prince as band leader. And also the horns, like the upstroke, when it's actually incredible. So I think the Vienna show is really a good show for so many reasons that Harold has already talked about. I don't remember another version of Adore where Boni is given such latitude. And then, like you said, the ball, isn't really anywhere else, in terms of live. But this show, the one thing I wanted to talk about, though, and hopefully some of you guys know, I was confused. Why did he end the show with Purple Rain? Like, of all the things, of all the things you could end this particular show with, why was he was he still trying to work out some kinks with the new band for Purple Rain? Like, I don't understand.
I think, to just a quick stab at it, and it can be complete conjecture, but I think part of like the fan community's contention around Prince's performing is this kind of suspension of the idea that this is a song that Prince truly did love. Like, he has done this in after shows in so many different eras, and his placing it in spaces and making it as a part of sets where it wasn't obligatory really speaks to how special a composition it was to him. So I think that's kind of like just my own stab at just wondering why, like, okay, why is he ending this show? But because there were other shows, but there were shows for during the I think he played Purple Rain. If I'm not, yeah, he played Purple Rain during the Rose Ballroom show on the Love Sexy tour as well. So I mean, it's just one of those things that I mean, it may have been a hybrid of several different reasons, but I do think that a lot of folks just don't really, because it's such a polarizing conversation I have, a lot of folks don't really stop to consider that this is something that he actually loved. He loved that song. It's just been, poked and prodded and, been a center of a lot of conjecture around who did what and what Budweiser commercial did Prince get inspired by to try to sound like someone, like all this other crap, right? But at the center of the composition, it's something that I suspect he truly, really loved. All the way up until like piano on the microphone, he would truly get really moved by it still after 30 some odd years. So I don't know. I think that's part of yeah, that's probably like the closest I can come to a deduction around it.
It was Bob Seger. You didn't know that, Harold? Bob Seger inspired.
Bob Seger, John Cougar Mellencamp, Jay Gow's band, Journey, Air Supply. Let's just go ahead and get them all out the way, right?
I mean, well, it was still 87. So, I mean, it was 3 years removed from his apex, for some people. So that's probably why he still did it. I mean, it was still a favorite. So that's not uncomprehendable that he would pull something out. I mean, that song. Now, if he had done like Computer Blue, that would have been different. But I mean, but Purple Rain was recognizable still in 87. So, I mean, like that's what people still kind of attached him to, even though he had done 3 albums since then. Like that was still, kind of like playing to the crowd.
But it's just that I think that this is one of the most interesting after shows in terms of the selections of the songs, or even like how he transforms the songs. So even Housequake. So like one of the reasons why I think I mentioned this last time with the March 1987 show starting off with Housequake, this after show, like Harold said, also starts off with Housequake. But in this particular instance, there's this I don't know, something that Sheila's doing that is like a different, maybe Nicolay can talk more musically about it, because I'm not finding the language for that right now. But it's a really interesting arrangement of Housequake as well. So Nicolay, I'm going to let you talk because you haven't spoken to us yet. So take it away.
Man, thank you. I think just really quick to what you're referring to. I think she is. I think it's that sort of other rhythm in Housequake that she's messing with on that particular show. I think it's normally coming out of a sequencer or whatnot. It's that sort of like, it's not a kick sound, but it's kind of like a kick sound. And on the record, the two kind of interplay, and they did that live too. But there are occasions where they don't. On a lot of these live shows, they basically didn't have all the tricks and all the the racks and their own sounds, basically. So it really would depend on what they were working with at the time. They would use house kits. They would use just, sometimes they would use their own instruments. But you'll notice that a lot of the signature sounds, they're not there when they play these versions. And I think it's part just, happenstance and part deliberate. Like, I think it really was a way to sort of strip down the show layers from these after shows, and to really kind of reapproach, I think, what they were doing, and it's really remarkable to hear. I think this band really kind of, after you have to imagine, after a full stadium or whatever theater show, a 2-hour long show, probably would have been preceded by a sound check of however long. A lot of these sound checks, they would actually rehearse material, so it'd be a couple of hours of sound checks and a couple of hours of main show, and then to sort of like still, have the mental acuity and the stamina and energy to really kind of take it to another level where on the one hand there is not, the stakes are less high because it's understood that what you're doing is on an intimate and more free level, but at the same time kind of rise above that and create these moments that I think would be mind-blowing achievements for most musicians after just weeks of sleep and good nutrition and just all that stuff. And I think this band is just an example of the fact that at that point he did have the right people in place that he could trust. Both on the improvisational level, Madhouse as sort of a concept is sort of a big sort of presence at these after shows. Sometimes they open up, the list. Sometimes it's a little bit more of a gray area of what is what, but it's very clear that in Eric and Atlanta, and then like Miko and Levi and Sheila, and he really had the people that could really kind of put shape to these colors that he was hearing at the time, and again make these after shows incredibly compelling, both in the moments with him and the moments where he's taking a step back, and I really for myself again as somebody where my fandom started with this band, I really I did have the advantage of growing up without the Purple Rain albatross, if you will. And so for me, everything sort of begins and ends right here in 87, 88. This is the band that, like, when I close my eyes and think about Prince, these are the visuals that I see. I do see Cat, I do see Sheila, I do see Boni, and I do see Miko and Levi, and in a way, to me, it's like Marvel. They are the Avengers. That's kind of on the pedestal that I put them on. It's also kind of why I've always sort of had a hard time sort of like I guess separating their role in the Prince universe from the lives that they chose to lead, and let's face it, this is a long time ago, and a lot of these guys at this point probably want to be remembered for more than just that, more than just and I mean just between quotation marks, but they want to be remembered for musicians in their own right, and I think they have every right to be remembered as, I think, the best band that Prince had behind him. And I say that as a big MPG fan and absolute aficionado of the 93, 95 period, which for me is like my big other sort of Prince passion era. But this is really where I think the mustard, was really made. And it's just a beautiful thing to see when I sort of tie this all back to the end of 85, where you have an unreleased track called You Gotta Shake Something, which is probably one of the funkiest, I think, outtakes in the vault. And that's, I think, the moment where Prince really started to see, like, okay, with Levi and Eric and Sheila, I can really I can have the funk as the foundation, as a starting point, but I can take it all these different places. And so, like, when you think about the revolution being fired, I don't think so much it was a moment of like this sort of one day to the next. I think it was something that had been brewing for years at that point, literally. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the root of it, Prince is like a musician, say musician. Like he's like a musician's like musician. And he comes from a musical, background. And so I think with this band, and I think what I mean by that is that I think with this band, he got some players. And what I mean by players is I think with the first unit outside of Andre, he got people who could play, and they had played around in a couple of spots. But this group of individuals were players in the sense that whether they were on a big stage or a small stage or a church, they were still playing. And so as he grew musically, you know, he got around some people who were used to being in different type settings and used to being playing in different type settings. Not to say that I don't think the Revolution had that, but I think that was their biggest handicap, was that some of them outside of, if it wasn't a Prince gig, they didn't play live. I think with this group of individuals, you could tell that they were used to playing live or just playing, period. And so because his level of, say, musicianship, I know, was growing, because, you know, I mean, he did say in several interviews that, you know, he always wanted to try to impress his dad. And so his dad, you know, kind of pushed him in. And so his dad being a jazz musician and being able to improv, I'm sure he probably heard that a lot from his father, like, okay, you know, yeah, you're good, but you can't do this. And so that's, it would push him. And then when you start hanging around people like Miles Davis, at some point you have to ask yourself, all right, if he's feeding this stock into me and he's bigging me up, I have to at least, you know, continue to try to say impress him. I think the other thing was that, you know, this is 87, and so a lot of people, you know, there were some rumblings about Prince was losing his Black audience at that time, you know, and you could account that to the, you know, I know the MTV Love and maybe the Rolling Stone cover with him, Wendy and Lisa, and things like that. And so I think, you know, with this band, after that apex or like that mountaintop moment, you know, this was a sense of, again, you know, back to, that's why they don't have, say, a name, because it was like, wait a minute, I'm the main guy here. And so, you know, and so it kind of became like, all right, because if you remember, he never talked about his influences in his interviews, but people would always say, oh, well, yeah, this sounds like a Pete Townsend chord, or say, this sounds like, you know, something like, say, the Beatles would do. But he was a hardcore funk fan growing up. He was a big Stevie Wonder fan growing up. And so I think that's why in these after show gigs, you hear old school funk tunes, old school like R&B tunes. And that was like the first instance when we started to see that. And he had people that not only knew those tunes, but grew up with those tunes and knew them, and then were comfortable with them. And so that showed when he was able to do certain things live or in like the after show piece.
Yeah, I think this band, and Ricky, you're so spot on. I think this band, just in approaching how they perform cover material, they played it as if Prince didn't have to teach it to them, right? Like they played it as if it was already a part of their like molecular makeup. So, you know, when you hear Body Heat in comparison to the previous band's Body Heat, it's a world of difference, right? So when you think of that comfort level from an arrangement standpoint with older material by other artists, think of that comfort level, that inherent comfort level that was already there. We start to see Prince covering other artists more with this group than his prior one. So when we think about, you know, Just My Imagination or Hoochie Coo or Fire, all of this just amazing tracks that may perform once or may eventually become a part of a queue or whatever. Like this particular group was an assembly of musicians that were informed by the same musicians that informed Prince, right? So there was a language that they all shared that, and this isn't to imply that Prince was coasting with them. I mean, he was still very much the taskmaster as a band leader, but I do think that it should be explored, or at least considered, that Prince was not as high strung around the capacity of this particular unit, the way he'd been previously, is that these folks were really, truly, it could be independently astounding, like independently sonically pleasing, right? So, you know, by when we think of the opening Madhouse set, when we think of Sheila E., who, you know, and not to be all over the place, but some of the arrangement that he ended up using for Now's the Time on that tour is some of that is lifted from Sheila's arrangement during her solo portion for Mercy for the Speed of a Mad Clown. So, and that's Sheila's, right? But that's Sheila's portion that he put in his show. And so again, there's a certain kind of consideration and there's a certain kind of independent capacity that these folks had where, again, not to imply that Prince could be hands off and let them kind of drive what it is that they were doing and how they were doing it. And he was still Prince, yet and still, I don't think that he was as tyrannical. That's probably the best word, because I don't think he was as sonically tyrannical. There's a performance near the end of the parade tour, and I want to say it's in Hamburg. And part of the reason why Head is one of my favorite moments in, you know, Prince's set list throughout the 80s, regardless of who's performing it, is that there's a portion of the song where it becomes a jam and it becomes an improv. And there's this one particular performance of Head where near the end of it, Prince turns it into a jam and he says, "Eric, grab your baritone." And it turns into "You Caught Me Smiling" by Sly and the Family Stone. And it ends up essentially being a conversation between Prince, Eric, and Miko. And without me being there and without me kind of, you know, seeing or extrapolating more than what actually may be there, thinking about him tapping into the musicians that had the ability to follow him because he didn't rehearse, you know, inserting that song into his set list. Who was he interacting with? Part of the reason I always go back to the America video is a line in the sand. And I think it was Nick who mentioned this a little earlier. The writing was on the wall for a while. And if we look at that America video, I challenge anyone from a music video standpoint to think of any time up until that point for a performance-based capture where we'd seen Prince embody that kind of energy. Think about Prince embodying that kind of energy and then moving into who do we see him interacting with, right? Who do we see him interacting with during that video? Eddie M, Eric Leeds. Even going back to the Purple Rain tour, Baby I'm a Star, which is supposed to be the apex of, you know, that entire tour de force. When Sheila started being a part of that song and her musicians were brought in to kind of end the show as on a high note, if you will, leading into Purple Rain, who do we see him interacting with? It's not the musicians in his band. It's not them. It's Sheila's folks. You can just look at the official video for I Would Die For You and Baby I'm a Star. Who is he interacting with the most? Who does he say, you know what, go ahead and solo while I go over here and dance on this speaker? The writing was on the wall. The writing was on the wall long before we got to 87.
Well, I would argue that he was a tad bit, I know, tyrannical, giving him in 3 songs a day to learn. That's
They had the capacity to do it though.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. But,
and
okay, that's my point. It was like I think this unit, I mean, coming behind the other unit, was really energized in terms of, oh, okay, that we're like the next unit. Okay, so like we're already, so that we can play with these people, but now, so what can we do that's better? I think the other thing, you know, again, back to the Bay connection, and I think Michael Bland mentions it, I think on his Prince podcast thing, where he says one day Prince, Miko, and Levi were talking about Graham Central Station. And so because Prince was, you know, of that era, you know, he had people there who were of that era. You know, I mean, at least 2 of his front, you know, section were like, you know, same wavelength on that. And so sometimes as like a musician, when you are coming from that and you got people that can relate to that, it's easy to make those changes on stage or in like rehearsal, and you can say, hey, like, let's do this. And it's like, okay, yeah, I got it. I follow. Whereas that may not have been possible with the first unit. Also, too, I think, not trying to knock the first unit. I think he was just musically in a different spot. 86 or 87. I think in terms of I think that mountaintop moment, he kind of like, okay, I've been there, done that. Now I can do what I want to do. And so, once he got that mountaintop moment and you got, some royalties coming in, I know from that, you can start to do some things, like that free you up. Right. To do what you want to do. And so I think that's where he kind of like, all right, I can let loose now and kind of show who I am and then what I'm about, more so than trying to still get to the mountaintop, where he was like, okay, I got to play to the people in, Boise, Idaho. Shout out to Boise, or like Midwest folks, like pull them in. I mean, seriously, because they, like, like that's what really like 1999 and then like Purple Rain were. It was like, okay, I got to get this middle America folks, and then so now that I got them, let me do what I was brought up on type deal.
Really quick to that, just to add Prince's words, and going back to that Essence interview in 2014, he said when he was talking about the Purple Rain tour, he said 99 shows and the 75th show almost broke me. It wasn't that the tour was grueling. That's part of the game. It was that the show didn't change. The same songs played the same way every single time. Prince continues, I had to perform them that way because the movie was out, the album was out. People in Boise, Idaho. No, he didn't say that. But and he said I thought the people wanted to hear the songs in the exact same way. That experience changed him. It changed the way he thought about music and himself. After that, it was about not repeating himself. Every album after Purple Rain was a reinvention, new bands and new members offer different challenges. He said, when he was talking about the revolution, he said, I'm not putting them down. Even though people would love to see us together again, I owe a great debt to them, but I'm doing something else now. And I think we see that something else start brewing, even as Harold and Nicolay pointed out around 85, 86. We really see that because, like you said, Ricky, he kind of secured the bag and got that freedom to just start saying, hey, I really want to play. Like you said, when you've got Miles Davis, your father still in the background, the inner critic of John L. Nelson, there, it's like, okay, I've done what I wanted to do in terms of reaching the mountaintop, but I've been to the mountaintop and it ain't what they said. So now he's like, I want to do something else. And this is where, he would always kind of say, Jess, I got the best band in the land. I think he really knew that with this band. And there's a confidence going to the New Year's Eve show. There's such a confidence in Prince as he's playing now. They're almost a year, January to December, December to December, a year in together. And he's so confident in himself and his band. All these people are there. He's made it through this storm, this criticism. And it's like, yeah, look at my band. Listen to me. Miles is here, a huge influence. And my band is playing with Miles Davis. I love, you talk about recognizing players, Ricky. I love when Miles is there and he goes and stands in front of Miko when he's playing. Like he's already looking at, okay, this cat is it. When Miles goes and stands directly in front of Miko and starts playing, when he walks over to Miko, I'm like, yeah, Miles knows what's up. It's like, it's just, so beautiful to see because it's Prince I don't want, this liner notes and a lot of the post 2016 chatter will have us think that Prince meandered for the next 30 years. But this is someone who remained artistically and creatively viable for the rest of his life. But yeah, I'm like Nicolay, when I have dreams of friends performing live,
Right.
it's this, like when I saw Sign of the Times, D'Angela made a comment last week about how nothing looked like that film. I wanted to go live in that film. I just wanted to go on that set up camp and just live there. It was so amazing. The energy, the sound, the band. Going back to 85, 86 really quickly, in that Nelson George review of the parade tour when it came to Madison Square Garden, Nelson George pointed out how the breakup of the family benefited Prince more than anyone. He said adding those new members at the time added a depth of musical. He said it added movement musically, physically, energetically. It's like adding those members. And I said, wow, this was before we even get to the full changeover with 87, 88. But it you hear it everywhere. The after shows. Really quickly, I just wanted to add Rupert's. I went back and was listening to the Rupert show. And there is a point where Sheila starts this kick on. It's like the Mutiny and the Sex Machine. And for like the next 20 minutes, it's just amazing. Levi's bass. So what you said, Nicolay, and I think Ricky too, just the level of talent to reach another level. Like some people have a higher level that's just above everybody else. And this band had it because I listened to some of these shows, like I said, the Rupert show, when they go into that it's mother popcorn. It's like that whole kind of, it's like popcorn and a whole bunch of things. And it goes back to what Harold said about people who aren't just, and Cabria pointed this out too in the chat, it's not just about reading sheet music. It's about feeling that music. And they grew up with this music and they're able to articulate it in a way that is just amazing. And it's not pedestrian, to use one of Harold's words that I know he loves. It's not this pedestrian funk. It's like you really feel it on an ethereal level with this band. So when they're playing, you look at, I got my mind made up, love and happiness. I'll take you there. I want to take you higher. You really do see a band that can start to bring all of this into Prince's orbit, even instrumentally. I went back and was listening to the Fine Line Cafe show. I love those instrumental versions of those songs. That instrumental. This is an offering, but I love, and as much as I love Bonnie Boyer, that Chain of Fools instrumental on that Fine Line Cafe show is just butter.
Yeah.
That the Just My Imagination instrumental. Sometimes, and you guys were talking, Leigh mentioned about not knowing whether Levi or Prince was playing the organ at times. One of the things about the after shows in the Fine Line Cafe, there are times when I can't tell, wait, now is this Prince on guitar or Miko, or is this now who's on organ now? Wait, who's doing that? And that's amazing the way they coalesce in a way that, usually it's very clear. I'm like, that's Prince doing that. That's Prince doing that. I listen to some of those shows and I'm like, I don't really know who's playing right now. And that's just a testament to the greatness and power of the band with no name.
Kamilah, you're about to have me destroy all my furniture. Like, I'm sitting here trying to make my way up into Fine Line, and you just throwing it in my face. But the one thing I will say though is, as far as that performance and that opening instrumental, and what you're hearing is and I think it was Arthur who mentioned it a while ago. What you're hearing is the band starting a groove of some kind before Prince gets to the stage. Prince comes behind them, and you hear him. You hear him figuring out where he's going to land, at least first. So where he lands first is percussion. So he starts to play with Sheila at the very beginning of that instrumental before he makes his way over to the guitar. So it's just like, again, thinking about this level of confidence he had in his musicians at that time to follow them, right? Versus him kind of give the foundation for everything, follow these folks. And then to have that amazing instrumental go into a version of 11 that I don't think I'll ever recover from it. Like, I will never recover from that version of 11 at that particular, there's something about the bite of the horns, the samples, the solos. Everyone is taking the addition of Atlanta Bliss on Madhouse work where he's not a part of it in the studio. Like, it's just you don't even have to go beyond those first 2 tracks to be kind of like completely floored, and to think of him kind of giving that band a showcase for 2 hours of purely instrumental work. I mean, it's just an absolutely amazing. I mean, you can really bookend the after show legacy with that if you wanted to. If you wanted to.
All right. So, Nicolay or Celie, do you guys want to say anything
Well, I was
behind
going to
that?
add one thing that kind of speaks to the vibe of, I think, the band that we're talking about, but the humor is very different, I feel like, too, like in these after shows, and just the interplay with Levi in particular, but also definitely Sheila and Boni and Kat, is really a different level. I think when you hear humor sort of in the revolution context, is literally sometimes Prince just bullying like somebody else in the band, or just making fun of them, or it'll be, stuff that is funny, but it's all kind of like, it's by the grace of Prince that it's funny, right? It's not really a democracy. It's just like, okay, we have to laugh because, like, and I think the vibe is completely different with Levi and with that other band, where the humor is like organic, and I feel like it's a two-way street at that point. And I think that makes that band, just a lot of the TV references that we're still sort of finding out, like what is what. There's a lot of movie and TV references during those after shows, and when you really start picking it apart and realize like what comes from what, it's just it's just a testament of, I think, how the vibe was just phenomenal. And you can just hear it literally. I think there's a lightness to the vibe that certainly, and it probably partly because Prince at that point really was truly on another lane. And I think that's what's so ironic, that like once Prince started his big art period, like the people that associate the band that people associate with that is the Revolution, but it really took him leaving the Revolution behind to even be able to do it. So it's a very, that part I find ironic always, that it's not really the Revolution. It's almost like they held him back versus that they gave him the launching pad.
You know what? I think that was all part of the mountaintop trek.
Yeah.
Stay mysterious and all this type stuff. And then I think some of the blowback, from that, like we talked about last week, was like people protesting the shows and things of that nature. And so again, like once you get the bag, you can do some different stuff. Say and that you didn't have to do before, like to kind of maintain the bag. And so I think that's what you're talking about kind of came out, say, with this band, was he was like, okay, like I don't have to be so like mysterious and dark and broody and all those type things to kind of pull people in. Like people know, I mean, like people knew who he was in '87. Like they didn't have to, like they knew he didn't do interviews.
Right.
I mean, so like you knew he wouldn't go come on those shows and talk to you, like none of that type stuff. So like you knew what you were getting, like when you got, like a Prince situation. And so that kind of freed up some stuff. And plus, I think that whole image of Purple Rain with the parent thing and him being a certain way and all that, I think he was really trying to just kind of let people know that was a movie and not him per se, because people were still asking about that in '87. Like, like people were still kind of, I mean, even now, like people still bring that up about his dad, like was his dad abusive and all this type of stuff. No matter how many times he's been like, no, it's still lingering even now. And so I think this was a part of that. Like I think what you saw was right. I think that was part of what he was trying to like kind of move away from that.
Yeah. I would say to connect, particularly something that Prof. Cummings said with sister in the chat, Sister Tonya, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And y'all can correct me, but I think the first time I heard Prince say, "This is the baddest band in the land," is the 1986 Boston show on the Parade Tour, when they're in full counter-revolution mode. And I may be wrong, but it's good. And that's one of my favorite live shows. That's one of my favorite, not after show, one of my favorite shows. And so the change for me, if you just go to that Boston show and you go to the 8th song, so from Mutiny to DMSR, and not just Mutiny, but in the Mutiny, when they get to a Dream Factory and they are doing that chat, this is what it's like in the Dream Factory. And then of course they go into the, you know, the negative Paul, St. Paul chant. But from that moment to DMSR, right? And they giggling about the negative Paul chant. But I think that's where you see, you know, and again, it's difficult to draw a line in the sand and say this, but because in the middle of that, because she also mentions, I think Sister Tonya mentions about the dance break with Wally, Jerome, right? That's all right, kind of coalescing into I'm moving from what I once was, right? And so for me, seeing that, right, seeing it, you get a little bit of it at the Detroit show, but that Boston show, I tell people, go back and listen to that Boston 1986 show. Then, for those of us who was living that in real time and seeing that, when you get to that Sign of the Times full band with no name moment, that's the aha moment that Prince was always giving us, right? And so that was just the one thing I just wanted to add, that yes, and the fact that the box set doesn't tell you that's what Sign of the Times is, right? That this was a Sign of the Times is a monument to a man who was always growing, always moving, right? And always saying, I am not who your petty narrow mind wants me to be. And that I and Black people are always going to be more than what your small mind can hold. That's it.
Yeah. Also might want to point out, you know, Prince has always been a band person. Like, he has always been a band person. And if you think about it, you know, when you look at the big, okay, I'll say the big force of 87, Prince, okay, Michael Jackson, say Madonna, like Bruce Springsteen. Prince was the only one that ever like championed like his band. I mean, like that, like, all right, like I got the tightest band. Period. I mean, like, you never heard like Michael Jackson say that. You've never heard like Madonna say that. You've never heard, I mean, you know, I'm sure some E Street band fans might say, yeah, what Bruce said, that's about his band. But like, you know, Prince really, I mean, you know, because he grew up as a band dude, Sly and the Family Stone, James Brown bands. I mean, like, he was a band kid growing up. So, you know, it's no secret that he would want his bands to carry that mantle of being like the tightest band, period. And so, you know, I think this band did a great job of just grabbing the mantle and I think, you know, marking their place in history and in the sand, say with that. So
I'm going to jump in. I'm going to respond to something I wanted to respond to a while ago, but it's never too late to talk about this. And I'll say this to the day I die. If you really want to know who Prince is, just watch Under the Cherry Moon. But see, some of y'all didn't watch Under the Cherry Moon, but if you would have watched Under the Cherry Moon and understood what Under the Cherry Moon was all about, and if you had listened to the rehearsals and you understood Prince's humor, you know, one thing I really love about the Alan Leeds podcast with Michael Dean is Michael Dean asked some question. I can't remember. I wish I could remember exactly how Michael Dean asked this question, but I think he said something to the effect that Prince was trying to imitate Morris in Under the Cherry Moon. And Alan was like, no. Like, he said that was Prince. He was saying that Morris Day was imitating Prince. Alan Leeds himself said that, and that was such validation because this only happened like a couple of weeks ago, and I've been saying this for years. It's just like, you know, like, that is Prince. Under the Cherry Moon is Prince. So I highly recommend that you guys go listen to that Alan Leeds, Michael Dean Prince podcast. If you don't believe me, you can hear from Alan Leeds himself, because I think that's so wonderful. So I was really happy when Prince let us in. And he let us in, so like he just like bust open the door but under the cherry moon, and y'all rejected him. What's wrong with that? I mean, I was like, really? So I just gotta say, he showed us, he let us in. And Under the Cherry Moon is that document, if you will, just let it be. Instead of holding on to Purple Rain so tight, come on over to Under the Cherry Moon. It's like such a beautiful world.
We gonna get there at 1:00. We gonna get there at 1:00. Rest assured.
I'll say two things about that. One, I agree with you. I tell people, go find the picture of Prince in the Jamie Starr get up with Morris Day. And I always try to look at, and you look on the console and the pictures of the naked women and all that. But I think that photograph, right? If a picture's worth 1,000 words, that picture, I think, really captures Prince's personality, right? And so I think that's it. And then the other thing, which may or may not work, but Prof does, my cousin always said, what was wrong with Under the Cherry Moon? Because I loved it. So I'm with you. I love Under the Cherry Moon. But my cousin said what destroyed Under the Cherry Moon is if Prince doesn't damn die at the end of the movie, people don't know how to feel at the end. So that's so you sitting there, you watching the thing, yeah, live after, pow, what the hell? Somebody just get shot? What the who? And I think that was really the major issue, not to get off into an Under the Cherry Moon tangent, but
we can totally go off on an Under the Cherry Moon tangent. I'm all for it.
But I think, and I talk about this in a couple of things that I've written, that a lot of times people don't know how to deal with when you are trying to seamlessly blend comedy, and I don't want to necessarily go into tragedy, right? I'm a big MASH person. I think that, and I know I'm going to ruffle some feathers, I think the two greatest things that ever been on television is MASH and The Cosby Show. Hell, Bill Cosby in jail, he paying for his crimes. He could have hustled, but ain't did nothing to nobody. So I ain't giving up The Cosby Show for nothing else. So MASH and The Cosby Show, two of the greatest things on television. MASH, because MASH was the one show that seamlessly did comedy and tragedy. And I think that what throws a lot of people with Under the Cherry Moon is they don't know. A lot of people, they're in a box. Is this a comedy or is this a serious drama? And when you try to give people two things, people just don't know how to deal with it.
Speak on that. All right. So actually, there was a question I wanted to ask a long time ago from the chat. I hope that I can find it. I probably won't. It was from El Dabara. And wow, that was a long time ago. I'm going to have to paraphrase this question. So the question was, I found it. Does anyone think the new Paisley Park complex was a factor with Prince's change of direction at this time? I thought that was a very interesting question. Does anybody want to take that one?
Okay, say the question again for me. I'm sorry.
Does anyone think that the new Paisley Park complex was a factor with Prince's change of direction at this time?
Oh, most definitely. You got a $10 million complex that's a playground for you with rehearsal space and studios and all that, and you can do stuff and not have to fly people out to Sunset Sound. Most definitely. I mean, first of all, for those of us that have been, I mean, the soundstage itself is just massive. So, I mean, the fact that you can go in there and you can rehearse and not have to, like you're out, then it wasn't as populated as it is now, but like you could just like rehearse and not have to worry about, disturbing people or like your time is up, like it's booked for somebody else. I mean, it's yours, it's there. I'm sure I'm sure the engineers might feel differently because, like they were working like all types of hours, but that's, I mean, having that type of resource, I think available to you and like Minneapolis, when it's snow on the ground and you got nowhere to go, like nothing else to do, you could do all. I'm sure they came up with all types of new stuff. So yeah, I'm sure that was an added bonus you know, because that's not a warehouse where they had heaters like the Revolution had. Like this is, you know, I'm sure he had state of the art stuff in there. So it was just like, you know, like no handcuffs there.
I would say that I agree with everything Brother Wyatt just said. I would say only probably on the negative two things. I think also what we fail to realize is that sometimes Paisley Park was too good for its own good. Campbell shot commercials there. They shot, what is the old crazy old man? What's the movie?
Grumpy Old Man.
Yeah. And there were reports that sometimes Prince would drive in, and as Brother Wyatt said, studios would be booked.
Yeah.
And so, and I think one engineer said, "Well, damn, you got state-of-the-art studio at your damn house. Go home." I mean, I don't know how you tell Prince that, but this is, you know, Campbell's ain't getting up this studio, and they ain't getting back the check. But so I think that on the one hand, you know, was Prince ever able to decide how much businessman he was going to be? And I think that from just a business standpoint, he decided he didn't want to be that much of a businessman, because if not, I think that Paisley Park, remember, there was a point when Stevie Wonder would only record at Paisley Park. I mean, would only rehearse at Paisley Park. There were other bands that rehearsed for tours at Paisley Park. So I think that I wonder how much that impacted it. But I also wonder how much, when Warner Brothers tried to turn Paisley Park into something other than a vanity label, and how much that impacted the songs he had to write for other, let's say after 89, that what type of pressure or whatever is on him, that Warner Brothers is really wanting Paisley Park to be something other than just something that produces Prince songs. And so I don't know the definitive answer to that. What we do know was, you know, Prince never completely bought into the notion of, I'm going to be I'm using this loosely, a real CEO of both a real record company and a real studio that could produce movies and albums and all of that. That's it.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I mean, you know, I think his, you know, to being Berry Gordy, so it's not his strong suit.
Right.
It was a blessing and a curse, probably. Right.
Yeah, that it was not his strong suit, because then, you know, he was too involved, and then he still, I mean, you know, he was still the guy. I mean, say, you know, like Warner's wasn't trying to get him to like retire, because he was, you know, still like a money maker. But I think, you know, maybe, you know, and that's, you know, probably one of Quincy Jones's strong points is that he's able to get the right people, you know, to get, you know, like to bring in and then I think make projects work, you know, like whereas Prince's thing was, well, I'll do it, say myself. And sometimes that didn't always pan out for him. And so, but I agree with you, you know, I think he never, I think somebody was there to say, hey, you know, like we got to keep this place lights on. And so do this. So bring in Campbell's and bring in all these other people doing stuff. And that may have frustrated him, you know, to some end, kind of like, you know, I can't just go into my own spot because it's booked out. But hey, it kept the lights on and they got paid, like you said. Okay, the check cleared. So, you know, it's something that he probably had to do. He, you know, probably didn't like it that much, but.
Moving away from the commerce piece just for a quick second, I think the existence of Paisley and it being kind of like a novel, it'd be still being novel as an idea, and then once it was fully realized for Prince and he started to center all of his activity there, it's interesting to me to think back on all of the non-Prince projects that lived there, that were produced there, that in truth, I truly do believe that there are several projects that were filmed at Paisley that embodied a production quality that Prince's own work did not have at Paisley. Some of the films that are commercials that have been shot there over the years have been so well produced and produced to the effect that it doesn't appear like Paisley Park when you look at it. Whereas my very first time going to Paisley and walking into the soundstage, it was overwhelming. But my immediate first thought was, oh, you recorded all of Graffiti Bridge, not just in this room, but in that corner. Like you filmed an entire movie and you used like a few hundred feet of this, multi-million-dollar complex. So I think that, and without us going down a further rabbit hole around like the insularity of a lot of the productions that have come out and how closed and dark a lot of the videos or short films that Prince produced in the 90s at Paisley were, I do think that as much as the film quality may have suffered on his own work, some of his musical exploits could arguably be considered overproduced, right? So you have videos that look like cable access, and you have this music where you're truly utilizing every single track that you can possibly, load into a particular moment or a composition at one time. So it's just kind of a strange mixed bag. I will say that there were a handful of projects over, the duration of Prince's life while Paisley was in existence where I felt like he used the studio effectively, and that it appeared to be a considerate production. But for the most part, I don't feel like Prince truly utilized the full capacity of that compound, if you will, in his own work.
And I want to say, because I'm hoping this is the same, I'm not sure if this is the same person or not, but I see in the chat Brother Jules too, and I'm trying to wonder if that's DJ Brother Jules. And so I think he was responding to my comment about Paisley. He said he totally disagreed, and I just wanted to say to Brother Jules, I respect your opinion, but what I want to say on a personal note is he may not remember. He was the dude who walked me into Paisley Park for the very first time in '94 or '95. I don't, but I always like to give a shout out to Brother Jules that the very first night that Prince damn near danced me and my wife to death, that Prince came on the stage in Minneapolis at 1 a.m, and when we left, it was damn daylight, and I was hoping I could get to the damn gas station. So regardless of whether we agree or not, I just had to give a shout out because it was because of DJ Brother Jules that I was at Bonkers Bar at what's that? I can never remember but yeah, so at Bonkers, took us around to Bonkers and was a lot. And so just thanks to DJ, he may not even remember the dude from Mississippi and his wife that he took around and had us in Paisley Park. So anyway, just shout out to DJ Brother Jules for that.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to, I wrote in the chat, I was hoping that Brother Jules would actually follow up, if you don't mind writing a few words so we can pinpoint what you totally disagree with, and because you were there for 25 plus years, so I'd appreciate hearing from you if you're still on. Kamilah, it seems like you want to say something?
Just really quickly about Paisley Park, because I agree. I totally agree with everything everybody said, and I love hearing different perspectives on this because I think about Paisley Park in a completely different way. When I look at like my research or work on Prince as a leader, and one of the aspects of his leadership being soulful leadership, I look at Paisley Park as a physical manifestation of his ideology. And so I think about it, for me to see this Black man who was not yet 30 in 1987 or started in 86, 85, building this $10 million complex. And even though it definitely, like Nicolay said, was a blessing and a curse in ways in terms of the way that it impacted his art, to think about the vision, the confidence, the self-determination to build this place to where now, I don't have to pay people when I want to record. I don't have to do this. I mean, yeah, he had the place in Gallup, the studio and at the home that Susanna Melvoin lovingly decorated with overstuffed furniture and antique lamps on Gallup and Boulevard. But Paisley Park was Prince's manifestation of this ideology of self-determination. He created the world that he was singing about. And for me, in terms of just the inspiration of it, the audacity of it, I think it's just an amazing testament to who he was as an artist and a businessman. If not, even if they didn't reach their full potential, I'm just really just astounded by it, because later on people started to do it. But when, I heard about films being shot there and people coming and rehearsing for tours and recording there, I thought, wow, just the audacity and vision. In Wally's book, he talks about when the guy brought the model markup of Paisley Park and Prince making changes. And I'm like, wow, in the middle of recording, rehearsing, getting ready to bring in a new band, he's, still got his eye on building this major complex in the middle of nowhere that really built Chanhassen. I mean, Chanhassen was nothing. So even from an economic standpoint, just the reach of Paisley Park was amazing. And even though it's for the later hour, that's again something that, I found a glaring omission from this book, to just not even recognize. Just again, if we're talking about Prince and centering him in his narrative, the genius, confidence, vision in building Paisley Park in 1986 and ending the year performing there was just an amazing nod to self-determination. So that was
all
all
right.
I wanted
So
to say.
actually, Brother Jules responded, and let me put it on the comments are coming in so fast. It's hard for me to get to the. So this was his response, Leigh, that Prince didn't look at Paisley Park as a CEO aspect. That's where he disagrees. So thank you for that, Brother Jules. We really do appreciate that. All right. So
and I would definitely take Brother Jules's position on that. And again, thank you for taking somebody from Mississippi you didn't know and walking around Minneapolis. And just quick note, he walked us in and he said, "Look, man, y'all here early. Y'all better eat them chips and them chicken wings so everybody else get here. There ain't gonna be no swank thing. I'm trying to act all stuck up." So I was trying to act like I had some manners, because I'm from the South and I don't want to go up north and folks thinking I'm country. So I decided, well, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna play it cool. And then when I finally got ready to go get me some chips and some wings, you northern folks had eaten all the chicken wings. So I love all the times I was at Paisley Park, but I never got no chicken wings because y'all northerners didn't have no hospitality. That's all I can say.
all right. Okay. So Harold, you have gathered us here today.
Hey, look, real quick, they don't have sweet tea neither, but I'm not gonna hold that against them. Don't have no sweet tea neither.
Yeah, don't get me started.
So don't get me started either. I saw Rhonda Smith one time in Chili's, and that visit to Chili's was notable because I saw Rhonda Smith and I had unsweet tea for the first time ever, and it was like one of the worst experiences. So on that note, were you about to ask a question about the Aftershows?
Yes. How did you know?
Okay.
Yes. Our time is running down, and in terms of doing the switch. And so I know there were some more shows or rehearsals that you really want.
Yeah, and in truth, I mean, I'm fine with it, and just throwing out a few Aftershows to speak about within the next 20 minutes, and I have to reference my notes. So one of them is the Quasimodo show in Berlin, which is really interesting on a number of levels, in that there's a moment where Prince kicks off Body Heat, and it starts, I mean, it's a very recognizable groove. He kicks off Body Heat, but then it moves into this improv moment, centering Sheila's playing. And during that moment, Prince starts to play this keyboard line that goes all the way back to a line that I think it's untitled, but goes all the way back to some instrumentals that Prince recorded at Sound 80, a gazillion and 1 years prior to that. And obviously I'm exaggerating, but during an improv on that particular show, Prince goes back to, a time where he's still a teenager, and some of the compositions are improvisational jazz fusion work that he was recording, some of which Bobby Z and Andre were also a part of. But there's, a lead line, if you will, that he introduces to the band in '87 that's from those sessions. And I thought, as a one-off, I thought that was just miraculous. And again, an important insight to how his brain works, in that this is someone, and without knowing, like, as far as footprint standpoint, I mean, obviously none of us have access to everything, but without knowing that, if he made that that same kind of point of reference later on, as far as like work that he did as a teenager, well into his professional career. But I thought it was extremely important and an interesting add that during this after show, something that Prince created as a teenager that remains unreleased shows up in the Sign of the Time on the Sign of the Times tour. So I think that's probably one of the more notable moments as far as the Quasimodo show. Park Cafe. I think the Park Cafe show, and obviously it started off as a Madhouse set, and then there's a transition where Sheila takes over and the rest of Prince's band takes over, and it's an amazing show. But I really want to talk about the version of Strange Relationship, because it's a fine example of something that Nicolay mentioned a while ago about the band not having access to a lot of the tricks or enhancements, if you will, musical enhancements of their rehearsed stage show. If they were doing the same material in an after show setting, if they're doing the same material in an after show setting, then they had to essentially make do with what it was that they had. And there's a moment during that Strange Relationship where Prince calls out the squirrel meat cue, and Sheila goes into this rumbling effect that I truly do think that she made it up on the spot, or she just knew that because she didn't have the usual drum track to support that particular song, the way they rehearsed it before it was outright discarded prior to the tour start. It speaks to how well the band knows the material and how well they know the recorded versions, because they knew that, hey, if we do Housequake in an after show, I'm not going to have hand claps, I'm not going to have samples. But sometimes what they do in replacement of those to kind of create an alternative experience really goes back to how well seasoned these musicians were and how committed they were to honoring whatever song that they were performing essentially from a continuity standpoint, right? Like, okay, we don't have all the bells and whistles, but in the absence of loops, if you will, I'm still giving you that moment.
So I want to make sure that, does anyone want to jump in and talk about either Quasimodo or Park Cafe? Nope. Okay. So one thing I want to say about the Park Cafe show, and I said this last week, and please, this is leading up to my birthday, so don't hate on me. As I said before, I'm not a big fan of the Ballad of Dorothy Parker live, because for me, the studio version is the definitive version. But in the Park Cafe show, they do a version. And I guess if any band was going to do a version, it should be this band. And it's not that it's bad, because it's totally not. It's far from it. It's just that it just is different. Like, I don't even feel it. I don't feel it as the same song even when it's performed live. So that's like something that I still haven't kind of got over. Brother Jules is saying the band will rehearse every day for 3 months at 4 p.m. So take us on. Sealy, you want to say something?
No, I was just gonna say about the after shows. For me, the two songs that throughout that resonate just for me personally from Mississippi and being a blues lover, Purple House and What Did I Do, which unfortunately for me for many years I thought was called Was It My Face, because he keeps saying. So I thought that was the type, but that was and even though Purple House kind of begins with the '86 live show, but again, there's that switch that's happening that just for me, along with all the funk stuff that he's doing, right? And I'm with, I think it was both you and Brother Pride and a couple of folks. You know, if I had to choose one live song that for me had the force throughout whenever he did it, it was Head. And my favorite performance of Head every time was when it got down, got to the lull, and he would do the guitar. And he would just do this very sparse is not the word I want to use, but and so maybe you musicians can give me another term other than sparse, minimalist, I guess. But it would just be, it was almost like, and this, I know this is gonna be a bad analogy, but this is what was always in my head. Sometimes kissing a woman subtly with fewer kisses on the right spot is better than trying to blanket her body with kisses. And he would play the guitar, he would play that solo with Head that way. And so for me, it's not then also, remember coming back to the blues, that's also the first time you hear Muddy Waters' Electric Man. So the fact that a song like Head is and so if there's a new book titled Groove Theory, in which this brother, Dr. Bolden, he's one of the first people I see center funk in blues. And so the fact that Head for me, which is one of those quintessential new funk songs, right? Or neo funk songs, the fact that 6 years after he's doing it live and it's being recentered, not as a blues tune per se, but that you get those very kind of blues notes and you get him doing the Muddy Waters Electric Man chant. If you don't understand, and one of the other things I guess I want to say about Fair My Life is that you're really silly if you try, we have these categories because it helps us discuss jazz, funk, blues, rock. But you're really a silly human being if you don't understand that all of those terms should just come under the term African. And if you don't understand that that's what blues, rock, funk, all of those are people of African descent reacting to their socio-political umbrella of how they're using their art to free themselves. And Prince was no better. There was no better example of Prince understanding the way in which the music you play mirrors your social, political, and personal position. That's it. I'll shut up.
Mic drop. Mic drop.
Yes. All right, Harold. So take us on for some more after show journeys.
I think we all kind of have been gushing around New Morning, and that particular after show is so special. And I didn't think of it until this morning, but that was my very first after show bootleg. Like I had no other context. And it's such an interesting show to think about. And this is also Prince with like a kind of modified pseudo version of his band. So there is no Sheila there. It's Dale Alexander who's playing the drums that entire night. There's no Miko there. There's no Boni there. So what you're hearing is just very raw kind of emotion. And even with the kit, and I don't know if it was Sheila's kit or what the particulars were, but even how Dale shows up as a player is different. Like, and how he locks into the groove of Mutiny and Sex Machine, and how Prince pushes that into a climax. Like the very first few seconds before Prince says the first "Get On Up," where he's just rumbling, where he's just playing the guitar, those few seconds are an entire song. Like someone could take the 5 or 10 seconds where Prince breaks it back down to the kick drum and you just listen to what Prince is playing on the guitar. There's an entire song that could be based just on that before Prince starts the Get On Up piece. So I mean, that after show and all the after shows he did at New Morning, it seems, was just so spectacular. And that version of I Got My Mind Made Up, one of Camille's faves, when he kind of starts off, and one of the things I mentioned, I think it was in the October kickoff or the celebration event of this release that D'Angela had, and I spoke to the importance of being able to extrapolate or enhance your musical vocabulary by listening to Prince in sound checks and rehearsals, or just give his band direction. You know, when Prince at the top of that song says go into B flat, I had no earthly idea what that sounded like prior to that. But by listening to that as a teenager, and hearing what they did within those kind of like within the confines of those scant directions, it really just started to kind of like create this robust idea as a non-musician around what it is, or giving language to what it was I was hearing, because I heard Prince say it and I understood what the sonic result of what he said was. I just didn't know how to use his language. So like this particular after show is just so important. It's very brief, but man, it packs such a fun. Like we should start the conversation with after shows with this particular one. Part of the reason that I don't necessarily minimize the small club show from the Love Sexy tour, but I've always held on to this notion that practically every after show this band did was on the same level as small club. Like the final Love Sexy after show at the Warfield Theater, oh my God, like that's on the same level. Camden Palace, same level. The show at the Palace in LA, same level. Like it's the same level of intensity for all of them. I mean, you can really choose or parse from whatever after show or one-off you want to from this era, and you'd still get a compelling performance. And this one in particular is absolutely amazing.
Well, that's actually a really great way to transition, and because I'm hoping we're going to have a new guest that's going to come in and do the baton handoff with Leigh. But until that happens, because they're not here yet, Leigh's going to hang on with us, hopefully. But I do want to start this conversation with Leigh in case Tonya gets here, and we have to do sort of the baton switch. So the reason why, Harold, I said that you should kick it off is one of the things I wanted us to discuss as we transition from talking about the band with no name predominantly to sort of our closing remarks of our 5 weeks together. And I have to give like massive thanks to Nicolay and Ricky and Leigh, I mean, for being here from day one. They were here with me the entire time. We also have to give a massive shout out to Arthur, who was with us for the first 3 episodes. I love Arthur. Everyone should listen to the Music Snobs if you don't, and if you're into film, Mad Unreal, our Arthur's podcast. And then we had my triplet join us, Kamilah, and she brings receipts, like someone said, and she brings the receipts. You gotta love that. And my brother, and we haven't done this yet, Love Sexy. So, you know, there's always like so much, like the people that you see on the screen, you guys have no idea how much I love them. And I can't, this again, like I said, this is my celebration. This is my birthday celebration, even though it's not until Monday, because I'm with my peeps and I'm doing what I love to do, which is talking about Prince, and more specifically talking about this band with no name, and more specifically talking about 87, 88. That is where I live. That is where I light up. That's what I live for. So in terms of transitioning and sort of our closing thoughts on the Sign of the Times Super Deluxe box set, and we can critique, you know, the rollout if we want. I'm not really interested in doing that, but feel free to do so if you want. What I really want to transition to is talking about what we want to see individually moving forward with either other box set releases or whatever you want the estate to do. I think it's really important to, I firmly believe in speaking into the universe, you know, like what you want to happen. And sometimes it actually happens. Not all the time, but sometimes if you want it like really bad enough, it will actually happen. And Harold actually hit on that for me. And that is an Aftershows box set. If you gave me a Sign of the Times after show box set, record store day, record store day, you can give us a Sign of the Times after show box set. You could give us a Love Sexy After Show box set. If you really want to make people faint, give us a combined Sign of the Times, Love Sexy, After Show Deluxe box set. That's what I'm talking about. So Sealy, and that's not all I want, but we'll start there. So Sealy, tell us, what do you want to see from the estate, and anything else you want to say for like closing remarks for the Sign of the Times Super Deluxe?
I'll say this, and since Nicolay said something, this may kind of be in his wheelhouse. I was thinking about what we've been saying about Prince's transition, right, and all that music that was happening. The only other era, like all of us, we could raffle off from For You through Prince's last studio album, right? The only era where I actually have to stop and think which album came, and I'm probably going to get them out of order. I literally have to write them down. Calm, Gold Experience, Chaos, and then Emancipation. What I want to see is that the estate learn their lesson from how they botched this collection, and don't botch or mess up any other collections by not recognizing that Prince was already in transition. So that when they get ready to do whatever they're going to do with the 90s stuff, right? When they get ready to do, because I think it's easy for us, again, because for me, Calm, Gold Experience, Chaos, that era, that window there, it's almost sometimes confusing which songs should be on what. Then you have to throw in the Beautiful Experience. You have to then throw in all those after shows that we were listening to then. Like, to me, that is like one of the most clouded and congested periods that I think ranks with the time from Parade to Sign of the Times. And so all I really want them to see is, like you said, I want to see more live stuff from this state. I want to see some live box sets, but I just want them to get not just the timelines correct, but get the narrative correct about where Prince was always going and what it meant about who he was when he was always going. That's it.
That's a lot, Sealy. That's a lot.
You could throw Exodus in there too.
Exodus. Like, look, that's my favorite of all of them, and I damn it forgot that one.
Yes. I was happy to hear Come, Sealy. Very, very happy to hear that. I don't know about Emancipation though. I know a lot of people love Emancipation, but that's just me. Harold, I feel like you want to say something.
Of course, I wouldn't do that. Hold on, let me turn off my fan. I think 2020 has been an insane year, but if you would have ever said to me leading into it that I'd be in a position where I'm imploring for diversity in writers and in folks who are contributing to these editions or contributing to conceivable scholarship around a career like Prince's is kind of blows my mind. And, the Jedi mind trick of taking an album like Sign of the Times that all of us were alive to experience in real time. None of us were mournful when it came out around it. Like there were no tears in a bucket. And to think 2020 has led us to essentially being sold that the cast of Designing Women is truly like the faces of Sign of the Times versus Prince, and how Prince has been marginalized within his own work. It blows my mind. And it also kind of like assumes that the person with the least amount of credibility in his narrative is Prince, right? There's always someone else. There's always someone with 1 or 2 degrees of separation from the revolution who can whisper and tell you what Prince actually meant. I'm tired of it. So, I mean, that's kind of like my overarching feeling. We'll get to like the details, but it's really upsetting. This box set and all the other posthumous releases, we've spent more time on the revolution than Prince did. And I'm tired of it. Let's move on.
So, yes. Could I jump in? Because Harold said something that really struck me. First, I have to give a shout out to my sister Cabria, because she epitomized this release last week when we were talking about last week's discussion. She said, this is like that episode of Good Times when Junior turned 18 and came home waiting for those art supplies and he got a sweater. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but that's what this whole release has been about. JJ came home.
But y'all stay with the Chicago
18. That's right. That's right. Chicago all day long, Ricky. But she just typified it. It was perfect. She said it on this episode, Junior turns 18 and he's an artist and he comes in, he's like, where's the art supplies? Because he knew the parents were going to get them, but James' credit got denied, so they had to hurry up and get him a sweater, and he was like disappointed but not trying to show it when he opened the box looking for the art supplies, and it was a sweater. And that's what this release has been. It's been a huge disappointment. Really, really missed the mark on so many levels, and we'll get to that in a moment. But I did want to share this when what Harold said really struck a chord with me when you said, Prince is being erased from his own narrative. Prince talked about himself in I can't remember if it was the Ebony interview. I think it was the Ebony interview with Miles Marshall Lewis, where he says that people keep trying to psychoanalyze him and saying this is what he meant, this is what he was saying, or Miles Marshall Lewis asked him about The Beautiful Ones and said, I heard that was about Susanna, and he's like, no, it wasn't. He's like, everybody says the song is about them, and Susan Rogers had kind of co-signed that it was about Susanna, and he's like, no, it's not. And he let me find my receipts. I don't know if I have my receipts, but he made. I keep them. You got to be ready for these folks out here. But he said, oh, here it is. He said, Miles said, I've read The Beautiful Ones was based on Susanna Melville. And the Prince said, any ballad like that, it's not going to be about anything, what's the word, carnal. It's not going to even be based in flesh. Regardless of what I'm singing about, it's all spiritual. It's not about somebody human that I'm looking at right now. It wouldn't have worked if it was. This was literally for that character, and that's why it worked. Everybody thinks this song is about them. This song is about me, and this one is about Bob Seger. And then he laughs. Yeah. And so I said that because one of the many things that really incensed me about the liner notes was in Susan Rogers' piece, and I take nothing away from her as an engineer. But when she begins to editorialize and tell us what Prince was thinking, especially when she dismisses Prince's own words, that I have a problem with, because it is, again, this long history of dismissing and diminishing Black people's agency and ability to think for themselves. It's like my sister says, they act like these people taught Prince how to walk and eat with a fork. And it's the same thing with this. So one of the things that I took umbrage with was when she talks about Adore, and she said when Prince, he was really concerned about the criticism about him losing his Blackness, and when he finished recording it, he said that's for Black radio. Now she admits that, but then she immediately dismisses what he says and says, but I have no doubt it was about the woman who inspired it, talking about Susanna Melville. And I thought, Prince has never said that. Why, would you dismiss what he said and state that, oh, but I have no doubt it was about her, when Prince, in the liner notes he wrote for the hits and the B-sides, said he was listening to Patti LaBelle and Luther Vandross. He said the song was for Black radio, and it would have been nice to show this connection between Prince and the Black audience, to point out that even though that song was never officially released as a single, it was a hit because of Black radio. It made it to the hits and B-sides because of Black radio. And based on what Prince said about The Beautiful Ones, I really started re-listening to Adore and watching the way he performed it on the Sign of the Times, the New Year's Eve concert. And I said, to me, this is one of those songs that could be an alternative consideration, could be that this is not about a person. This is not carnal. The way he bookended it, Sign of the Times, opening with Sign of the Times, the album ending with Adore, this whole Prince is back and he's Black. I look at it as a love letter to the Black community. When he says, without you, there is no me. Until the end of time, I'll be there for you. I truly adore you. You are my heart and mind. I was sitting back thinking, here he says this is for Black radio. I doubt that he's going to make a song about Susanna Melvoin for Black radio, but let's just put that somewhere else when we unpack, who we are assigning value to, when we know from multiple accounts at this time. I'm not taking anything away from her relationship with him, but tell the whole story. He was also openly dating Troy Byer. Wiley said it in his book. Before 2016, Suzanne Rogers admitted that he was dating Troy Byer at this time, that he wrote Shockadelica about her, that he said that. So we know that Manisa Leitner's in play with the whole Madhouse project that's been left out of here. Sheila's on and off. Jill Jones talked about spending time at the place in Paris. So all these people are removed. But at the end of the day, in this album that is a return to his Blackness, as that was put out, I listened to the song, and when he says love is too weak to define just what you mean to me, it's almost like this prodigal son saying, hey, don't discount me. I had to do what I had to do to secure that bag. Yeah, I climbed this mountaintop, but I'm not going nowhere, y'all. I'm still with you. Listen to this album. Listen to this band. So I don't think when he says this is for Black radio, I don't think that is limited to genre and style. I think there's more going on there. And I just wish that people would stop dismissing Prince's own words and using that, force-fitting them like a shoehorn, force-fitting them into a limited narrative that basically erases Prince and Blackness from his own story.
So D'Angelo, you said something because even though I've only been a part of the last two conversations, I've been watching all of them, and all of them I've come away learning something about. But you asked a question, really early on about the target audience and like, who is this box set for? And I thought about it, and I came to a conversation I had with Stephen Fullwood. Wasn't relative to Prince, and I actually, before I go into detail, I discussed that I would speak about this here, so it was a private conversation, but I wanted to give him credit. We were talking about documentary filmmaking and how there's this idea that the first human form that is captured in your first frame is the intended audience for your film, right? But in this particular case, we don't have a documentary, we have a podcast series, right? So we have a podcast series, and who is it that's driving this narrative? That's who it's for, And what we see with the estate is this kind of comfort level, obviously, from a decisive standpoint, like I've heard pushback, the estate only cares about money, and they're only going to go towards the projects that they know are bankable. Okay, that also assumes that white adjacency can be decoupled from that capitalist pursuit. Like, it's still one and the same, right? Like, every single choice of project we've gotten, from the Purple Rain Special Edition to Piano and the Microphone to practically all of the compositions that made up the originals, have been in some way anchored by its proximity to Purple Rain. Don't play me. None of us are stupid, right? But we're not in the room, right? But we are the bankable consumers of all this product, because we'll buy it. But I'm gonna talk my shit because I can. And in this particular point, relative to this particular box set, the 1999 box set, and how deficient upon arrival they've been, it is the lack of consideration to the circular and other moving parts around Prince's orbit at the time that truly do a better job at capturing the experience of those albums versus them being Prince and ... And the ... is always the same cast and crew. How many projects have we consumed where Susanna is writing an essay? How many projects have we consumed where there's still the same stable of archivists / authorities who are referenced time and time again? Prince existed beyond 1986. What I say to these authorities, do you show up in other corners of Prince's work the same way you show up in projects centered in like 82 to 88, or excuse me, 86. 88 is pushing it. Let's go 86. So no, you're not an authority, Dwayne Tudor. You write about what you like. And it's very clear that you write about what you like and the projects that you like are pushed forward. But this isn't what anyone wants. There's this idea that Prince fans should be happy because for no other reason than these are sprawling experiences. But if they're going to be sequenced poorly and they're not going to give us the entirety of the project, you can keep it. I'm good with the 16 songs that Prince chose.
All right, so a couple of things. The first thing I want to say is, and I've said this before, so when we kind of live in a culture, there was a once upon a time, there was a thing called craft. There was a craft, and craft for me, the big part of craft is care. And now I feel like sort of anything kind of goes in society in terms of the level of craft and the level of care. And also there's like this, a quote unquote cancel culture. And there's also just a lack of serious criticism anymore, and when you do try to seriously critique stuff, it gets equated with either cancel culture or you're hating or what have you. I think it's really important to talk about, what's working, what's not working, how it can be improved. That's kind of how I live my life. And I just want everybody to know, even though we're talking, we're criticizing some things that, in terms of, actually what we're really criticizing is the narrative that is being spun. And it is a spin. Trust, it is a spin. So we're actually not critiquing, Prince as an artist. We're not critiquing the music that he has created. We're talking, and also, I mean, for that matter, we're not actually talking about the craft that the actual box set was created. It's a beautiful object in and of itself. There was a lot of care and craft put into putting this box set together. And I do recognize that. I want everyone to understand, like, I think it is a beautiful box set. I think they did an amazing job. But when you can't speak critically about something and you get sort of shut down, I think that's problematic, because you have to understand that every single person that you see on this screen, we actually bought that box set. And in my case, I bought multiple box sets, and
in every iteration.
Yeah.
In every iteration. So as much as I'm not interested in going into qualifications, I'm gonna talk my shit because I can. I'm still gonna buy it, but the bottom line is that none of us would be here for 5 Saturdays in a row if we did not love Prince, right? Prince gets the credit for all the goodness. The assembly, we gotta talk about it. We have to talk about it. So that's the bottom line. And to your point, and I'm a strong communicator, I get it. My criticism can border harsh, but they come from passion, and they come from this revising of Black history. We are not approaching it as that, but that's truly what it is. We've not spoken about, but that's truly what it is. And we should not be quiet about it. We should be speaking out about it. And if it's a matter of being called a hater or whatnot, won't be the first or the last. It would be the first time I gave a damn about being called one. So in the spirit of that, we have to continue to push back because we're buying it. The Prince community is already relatively small. The community that's going to do this hundreds of dollars several times a year is even smaller. It's even smaller. So if we are consuming all of this by virtue of our fidelity to Prince, by virtue, you better do right. Do the right thing. Or just try to shake it up, mix it up. But what we've gotten over the last 4 years is lazy. It's laziness. And it's deplorable. And it blows my mind how for someone who was criticized so harshly, and I was on the internet in so many really prototypical groups, fan groups, newsletters, PPML, Steve Hammer site, like all of these groups that were really, really integral to like normalizing criticism of Prince's work, especially at a time where, it was kind of like Gold Experience, Girl 6, etc. There wasn't a lot of that happening in mainstream formats. So the idea that a Prince community that is perpetually as critical, that was perpetually as critical of Prince, the way they were his entire life, now we're supposed to suspend all of that because we're getting vault material? Please, please. You know, so I say all that to say, you know, we are here because of love. We're here because of passion. We're here because we spend our money on these projects. And no, we are not obligated to have these non-critical ideas around the consumption or around the feeling that these particular works make, you know, compel us to feel, because they're deficient and they're centered in whiteness. They're anchored in whiteness. And again, the marginalization of Prince as pretty much a lead singer at this point, as a lead singer of a group, right? And it blows my mind. More people should be infuriated. Forget being called a hater. Why aren't you one? Is my question.
All right.
Well, you know, to speak, you know, to you know, go back to what Brother C. Lee said, I mean, a while back, you know, like we have the knowledge of certain things, and so we shouldn't hesitate in sharing that. And I say that to say, you know, we have our quirks about what the estate I know has done, but they are doing something. There is a silver lining in it, and then we can nitpick that. You know, I understand both sides. I also look at the side of, say, you know, somewhere out there's a young male or female that's just now getting into this, and then instead of them getting a double album, they're getting a box set at like 15, whereas like we got like a double album. So they have a lot to say consume. Now it's up to us if the estate is not going to take the proper channels, and sometimes they don't know. I mean, you know, I'm not going to say they know. Sometimes, you know, like my mother says, people only do the best that they know how. If they don't know how to do better, then, you know, we have to provide for them, you know, some things to say, hey, you know, if you aren't going to do better, then we're going to have a narrative where we say what you're missing. I say that to say, if they choose not to get it right, because they got 2 more projects where like this same cast is going to be involved, like whether they do the projects or not. That's like Around the World in a Day, and then like Under the Cherry, Parade. They're going to be involved. The same cast is going to be involved. We go have the same quirks and issues with that. So the best that we could do, say at this point, is if they are going to call certain people, okay, well then we're going to provide a platform where we tell you the other side that's not being told, that's not being upheld. And so, because you know, it's kind of like Billy said in Purple Rain, this is a business. You ain't too far gone to the scene that yet. And they got to sell these things, because these people that's doing this tape restoration and all this stuff, they charging by the hour. They charging a nice chunk of money to get this stuff done. And so they're going to put this stuff out now. Again, like C. Lee said, you know, we need to speak power to, like, again, I think I said it last week. If the estate wants a petition, then we just do a petition. Say, look, y'all need to get this right. Add this, do this, do this. Because they have a nice blueprint. Vault songs, the album songs, and their live show, live DVD. Could they add to that? Yes, they possibly could. But they have a nice blueprint that they are working with. And I get what I mean, you know, and I'm not against what anyone's saying. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm wholeheartedly with you. I think they could do some stuff differently. I mean, I'm wholeheartedly with you, but also too think that, you know, like we're asking people to think like us, and they may not necessarily be us. They're a suit. And so, like, at the end of the day, they want to see like what the bottom line is. And if the bottom line is, say, like, we printed up like 10,000 box set copies, well, so we sold like 10,000, hey, it's a win-win. They aren't that concerned. They should be concerned with the accuracy of certain things and pulling certain people in. But I mean, a lot of times they aren't, because they're a suit. And their thing is it going to sell? And what can we do to make sure that this sells? They could care less about calling somebody that was there if they can't reach them. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Harry.
That goes back to the need for white adjacency. And, and I won't go back down that road, but I'll hit on the point that you just made. It's a great point about, this 15-year-old who is just getting Sign of the Times for the first time. And to your point, yes, they are getting a wealth of they're getting a volume of material that we didn't get. At the same time, they're also being force-fed this narrative that it was a banned album. The 3 Revolution albums weren't banned albums. They barely played on them.
No,
This idea that
that's where we come in.
Yeah, I understand that, but if you're saying like through this same portal and that that a new fan could be the benefactor of receiving all of this material, it's embedded in the package. These narratives, these aren't kind of soft, unofficial documents that can supplement the listening experience. They are rewriting Prince's history with official re-releases of his work.
Okay, well, let me give you like an example. Like I'll use, once again, sorry, like Miles Davis. I know for years people have argued that, I forget the dudes. I know the piano player's name on Kind of Bill Evans. They have argued
Bill Evans. Oh, you got it.
Okay, that Bill Evans was like the architect of Kind of Blue and all of that type stuff. And Miles Davis has said, no, he wasn't. He was hired hand. I said, play this, play this, play this, play this way. But for years, people have said that Bill Evans did this and did that. It wasn't until Miles Davis said it, and then other people started to push back, like, yeah, Bill Evans didn't do that, or he didn't do this, or, like those type things. It is unfortunate that like we're at this point where like we have to say, hey, I know it says Prince and say the revolution, but it was just him. And if that's what it has to be, then that's what it has to be. And we just have to be older and grayer, D'Angelo.
If that's what it has to be, then you should try to do better. If that's what it has to be, then you should try to do better. You have the resources to do better. You have the access to do better. You should do better. I am not obligated to take or be satisfied with anything. Prince did the work. You're right. Prince did the work to guarantee my fidelity. The estate owes me nothing. At the same time, if you're going to rewrite and repackage shit I already got, then you might want to be accurate. I don't make any sort of proclamations to detail or intel that we don't have. If all I got to do is Google and peruse the search results on the first page to debunk Susanna Melvoin, then maybe we shouldn't be using her as an embedded anchor in these deluxe editions. How about we start there? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I feel like I'm talking too much and I'm sweating, so I'm going to go on mute.
Before we move forward, I want to have Sealy bow out. Sealy, do you have any parting words for us?
This has been some of the greatest 5 weeks, like a family reunion. And I didn't want y'all to go home. You, the family reunion, I want folks to go home. I don't want y'all to go home. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for having me, man. I'm out. I'm finna go now to YouTube and finish watching. Hey, Sister Pendleton, I'm finna watch you on the other end.
Thank you so much, Sealy. And we are welcoming to our fold Tonya Pendleton, who's our journalist. And we shouted out this last week, but it's important to shout it out again because Darlene Nisi just released the part 2 of the Muse to the Pharaoh podcast that both Tonya and Kamilah are on. Alongside Erica Thompson. It is a really fantastic. Tonya or Kamilah, do you guys want to break it down for us for the listeners in case they don't know about this podcast and what you guys talked about?
You go ahead, Kamilah.
Oh, I was deferring to you as the woman of the hour. It's just a really great conversation. It ended up being 2 parts because I think we had so much to talk about, but it's a wonderful corollary to what this discussion is and the need for people who know who are being excluded from. And I do think it's not a question of proficiency. It's about purpose and intent, and this ongoing exclusion of certain voices. And so it was wonderful that Kanisa Williams, aka Darlene Nisi, and the Muse to the Pharaoh podcast, she reached out because she wanted to explore this idea, Prince, of him being this kind of magical Negro or this Black exceptionalism, and how this narrative is kind of dogging Prince. So we get an opportunity to really unpack in that discussion a lot of what we have seen play out in these box sets. So while we're not discussing the box deluxe releases, the Ode to the Melvoins and Lisa Coleman, we're not discussing those, but we are discussing this kind of larger context and perception of Prince as this in this vein of Black exceptionalism or the magical Negro. And the conversation goes in a lot of great directions. I learned a lot listening to these, amazingly brilliant sisters. So definitely check them out. It was a great opportunity. So.
Yeah, I would just say briefly that it's wonderful to see and be a part of African American women who get a chance to talk a little bit about Prince and his legacy and what he means to us and what he means obviously to the larger Prince community, just to provide that differing perspective, because for so long Prince has been covered by nothing but white males, or mostly white males, and then males after that. So to be able to be a part of that was incredible. And I thank Darling Nisi and all the great work that she does, and for inviting me to participate along with such a fabulous group of women. So definitely worth the time, because we did talk for a good while, to check that out.
Yes, definitely. Massive shout outs to Darling Nisi, and her podcast is really fantastic. I hope that you'll definitely check it out. So El Dabara has been like, I've been feeling what you've been putting in the chat, and always I want to pull something up, and I can never really find it. So I'm going to try to find it. Here we go. So, but this was actually Dr. Claw. So Dr. Claw, 77 says, I felt like all of these folks were out of Prince land by Sign of the Times as it was. And I'm going to say this again. When I think of the Sign of the Times era and I lived it in real time, I think about the album release and moving forward, the Band with No Name, the new band. And I was just kind of shocked. I mean, back then for me, I don't know, maybe I had blinders on, but all of the revolution stuff just really didn't come up for me in real time. So that's the reason why I was kind of super confused by the narrative, and also the vault material in particular is actually where I have an issue with. I do want to say a couple things though, to give some respect to the estate. Now I know that there are a lot of other estates that aren't getting the material that we're getting as an artist, but it's to Prince's credit. It's because Prince has all of this amazing material that they can actually give us, and they will be able to give it to us for decades. And they don't have to give us little morsels. I mean, they literally can just drop like deluges of, songs all the time if they really want to. I know that I do think they do care. I don't think I do know that they do put care into it, but I don't know if they're understanding the impact that they're having on Prince's narrative and how important it is to get it right. I mean, just to get it right for that 15-year-old that might be listening to this for the first time. And I said this again, like the not having Madhouse on this box set or in any form or fashion, I think is missing part of the narrative. And then that, again, is like another thing that I would look forward to, is having a Madhouse box set with, all the different versions. I would also include Eric Lee's Times Squared, which I consider Madhouse 24, even though I know technically it wasn't Madhouse 24, but that's what it is to me. I would put in the Flesh sessions, like all that stuff. I mean, the Madhouse box set would be fantastic. And, I think it would sell. And I can't remember, someone in the chat, I wish I could remember who it was, talked about these releases being almost like, here we go. This is one I wanted for El Dabara. It looks more like a limited edition product sale than a musical legacy. It blows my mind the amount of collectors that don't even unpack the LPs. Okay, in full disclosure, I wasn't going to say this because I didn't want you guys to think that I was crazy. I bought everything twice. Listen to me. I bought everything twice. I didn't get so.
You still doing that, man? You were doing that in high school. You still doing that?
All my life. I've done
still doing that?
I stopped saying it because, like, I told that to someone and they totally freaked out. And they were like, "You bought two? Like, you know, why are you doing that?" I was like, "I've done it all my life, so I've stopped saying it." But the reason why I'm saying this is that, and also I'll reveal this. I even bought the unpicture disc twice.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait. I have a question I have been dying to ask you, like, since we were in high school.
Yeah.
Where do you get this money? Because even back in the day, people were like, yo, where are you getting this money to buy stuff twice? Like, we had to rake yards, dude. You know what I'm saying? Cut grass.
She's an investor in mattress firm. I've been trying to figure out how they keep the lights on. I've been trying to figure out how they keep the lights on for 30 years.
Angela would come to school like release day and be like, "Look, man, you know Madhouse 16 like comes out today. Yeah, I'm going to get it." I mean, my friend would be like, "Yo, wait a minute, we got to find a way to make this money. We got to do this." Like, she would come with 2 copies, had tapes made. She always had a plethora of blank tapes that she would make tapes. She never like. It was never a time I heard like D'Angela say, "I got to find a way, man, to get this money." So I can get this. She just always had like a bankroll.
No, it's simple. It's really simple. I did not eat. In high school, I got $1 a day for lunch. You know what 5 days is? $5. $5 is a 12-inch. Back in the day, 12-inch. If you did 2 weeks, what you got? You got an hour.
Oh man!
I did not eat, and my mom asked the same question.
That is true. That is true.
She said, "Like, are you getting this money from guys?" And I was like, "Nope." And what did I do? I begged people to buy me French fries because they were only 25 cents.
That is true. That is true. I do remember that.
Yourself, because you had to actually buy a lunch.
Yeah, lunch. You had to buy a lunch.
Lunch line.
That's true.
Well, will you buy me some French fries? Will you buy me some French fries? Will you buy me
that is true.
So I didn't eat. That's where the money came from. Let me tell you something else. Wait, let me tell you one more thing. As an adult, I don't have any kids. You want to know why? Because I wanted this money for my collection. I'm serious. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I never have. I've never had a glass of wine. Don't want it. Why am I going to spend $5 on a glass of wine when I can buy a 12-inch? Or why? I mean, that is why. So, like, this is what I live for. You have to understand, like, this is what brings me joy. So, like,
okay, let me add to your record buying now. Okay, now she would not only come back with 2 copies of the same thing, she would have an armful of like promotional posters and stickers and all those things that record stores had. So pretty much she would go for one item, leave with a handful, two of the same item, probably 2 sets of posters, stickers, postcards, buttons, whatever else I know that came with it. If they didn't have it out, she would ask for it. So like she would get it that way, because we would always wonder, okay, how you getting this stuff? She'd be, oh yeah, I just go and ask. But the guy would never have it like when I would go. And I would go to the same spot.
Because D'Angelo already got it. That would be why.
Never have the same stuff. But no.
Build relationships, Ricky. You gotta say, like, when the album coming out. And then
y'all learned that from you. I mean, I learned that from you, because and then I said it because I know you gave me a like promotional poster for Madhouse 16. And like I remember thinking like I had to be like one of the only people in our neighborhood and school, like other than you, to have that. So I figured that I knew you had to have like a relationship with the person to go get that. So
yeah, it's all about relationships. So the reason why I'm revealing this is that, like, I love physical product. I really have. I'm actually, I'm always having a discussion with my husband when we're moved, because he wants me to digitize everything. It's not happening. It's not happening. Like, I love the physical thing. I love these box sets. And so I really do appreciate, all the love that was put into the packaging for this particular box set. Also for the 1999 box set. I think they did a really, really fabulous job. And it would be sad for me if they would stop putting out box sets, because this is something that I have always looked forward to, was getting a new Prince, whatever it was. So they have the ability to keep that coming, and I hope that they will continue to do so. So I'm going to stop talking because I've already taken up too much time, and I want Nicolay to talk because he hasn't been talking a lot today. So I'm going to mute my mic and let Nicolay have the.
Well, thank you. I think I really thought long and hard this week about how they should approach this in the future. I think at this point it's clear that the deluxe version of albums, that's just not the ticket. I don't think that is the move anymore. I think the Purple Rain was cool. I think 1999, I think they really did an amazing job with that. But once you get in murkier waters, and the linear sort of timelines don't really are more complex, I think tying yourself to one of these albums is just it's just a problem. I think if you go back to that 40 or 15-year-old person, they barely right now have enough patience for like a 1-minute Instagram movie. So like 63 tracks is absolutely ridiculous for any sort of entry point. And so I think what I hope in the future is that they just sort of decouple all of the various aspects, like the studio aspect, the live aspect, and then just start running these lines down, and either focus on a couple of years at the time, but ideally, instead of just nailing it down to this one project and then just striking out essentially, I think they just need to zoom back out and just really start looking at these different sort of lines and establish a recording line in which you're not tied to like what album this was or what era this was. Same for the shows. I think it's hard to appreciate Prince as a live performer if you only take in the regular shows of the night. If you don't get that exposure to the after shows. And I think there's a lot of opportunity here to really reassess. I think, they've clearly threw all of the kitchen sink at us with this Sign of the Times release. And I think as a result, it's like a baked potato that they just front loaded with stuff. And I think as a result, it just doesn't do the material justice. In the future, I'm sure there's going to be discussion about how is this going to work out now that a lot of these things move to Sony and stuff, but I'm hopeful that they've learned enough over these last couple of deluxe box sets to sort of evaluate the idea, because these album remasters, they need to happen for every single album, and I do think it makes a lot more sense to market those separately, to promote those separately. Obviously, it would be tied into a larger project, but there's no way that we'd have to wait every year for a remaster of a classic studio album, because we're having to figure out what all else goes on the box set. I think economically speaking, you want these releases out there, and then you can do a second layer, a tier 2, if you will, of stuff that people like us are into. Because again, that 15-year-old doesn't need to hear 90% that's on that extra stuff of the box set. If that's your entry point, just get the album, and then if that leads to curiosity, let that be the rabbit hole that you go down. But for somebody to be just bombarded with that type of stuff, I think you're also not doing the legacy justice. So I'd hope to see somebody that like applies some strategy to these decisions in going forward, and really just start looking at it as like, okay, it's hard to nail these down. It's hard to nail these albums down. What is what? When did one stop and when did the other begin? So let's just look at it as just a continuous sort of stream that we just add little stuff in, left and right.
So a couple of things that came up in the chat. So the reason why I buy 2 copies is I play one because I do believe in using your Like if I was only gonna buy one, I would play that one. So I play one and I save one. And to be honest with you, when I lived in Georgia, and I used to take a copy to my mom's house so I could have a backup in case there was a fire at my place. I'm serious. And so my mom, she started threatening me. She was like, I'm going to sell this stuff if you don't come and get it. So, but if I ever move back to Georgia, I probably will start moving some stuff back over to her house and hide it somewhere, because that's another reason why I buy 2 copies, because some things are out of print. I mean, you can't even stream Madhouse. You can't even stream Madhouse. Neither of them, Madhouse 8 or Madhouse 16. And there's tons. You can't, I don't think you can even stream like Jill Jones. So this is the reason why I buy the real thing. It's the best backup. Digital files, hard drives fail. I've had 2 hard drives fail on me at the same time. And so for me, the physical media is the best backup. So that is the reason why I purchase the physical thing. And when you can, I try to separate them. So that's one thing to keep in mind. All right. So who wants to follow up with Nicolay in terms of what they want to see from the essay? Because actually, Tonya, I want to end. So Tonya is going to do some unboxing for us. I think we're still going to do it, right, Tonya?
I want to open it. So I felt bad. I think it was Eldebara that said that collectors just hold on to it. So yes, this is it. I still have it in the box. And I just have it sitting at right. So where my desk is, which is, I'm facing my desk right now, but when I'm facing the room and I have pictures of Prince and so I'm facing what you're seeing behind me, if that makes sense. And I have this here. It took me 2 months just to take it out of the cardboard box. Because even now, I'm like, you want me to unbox it? And I'm like, it's just beautiful. It's just sitting there, and it feels like it's awaiting discovery still, even though I know what's in here and it's got the nice. So I kind of feel like you. I'm like, I might have to buy another one after I unbox this, but I guess I will do so in front of the world.
So let's do it. Let's do it in front of the world. And the reason why I wanted Tonya to do this is because we've in these 5 past weeks, and then we also had the kickoff event. And this box set is not
really quickly. I'm sorry. Be careful, because that sticker is on the plastic. So be careful on how you open your plastic. That's all I wanted to say, because that was an issue.
That's what I'm saying. You lose those things. Now I feel like I'm gonna have to get another one, but I feel like that's so tremendously wasteful. But I get it, D'Angela. I do. I have copies of things that are a little less expensive. Let's see, I have to mess up my thing, my sticker, my everything.
It's okay. You might feel it.
But you know what's funny? So I was working at a record. I was working at a radio station. So I remember the very first day that I opened up Sign of the Times and got it for the first time. And I fortunately never paid for anything again for many, many years. But now I feel badly because in multiple moves, I've lost so many things. Or when I was younger, I just didn't necessarily see the value of holding on to these various things. Oh, it's so beautiful. Look at it. It has a shine. And I don't know, I feel oddly emotional opening this for some reason. Maybe because it takes me back to that moment when I really remember sitting down. I used to work at a radio station in Boston called WILD Radio. I was the music director there, and it was Black owned. It no longer exists, but I just remember sitting down and getting the full album, the vinyl, and playing it on whatever raggedy record player that we had in the office, because my office was also the music room. So at that time, behind me, I had a whole shelves and shelves of records and all of that. So I just remember sitting down and listening to it for the first time, and it just completely blowing my mind. So this feels a little bit like that same sense of discovery that I had back then. This is beautiful. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at that. Of course you've all seen it, but this is my first time. So the sense of discovery is still there after all these years. That's crazy. Wow. Oh, it smells good too. It smells like new car or something. It has that really nice new smell. Wow, I think this is beautiful. I'm sorry, did I lose everybody?
No, we're still here. We're still here.
We're reliving it with you.
Yes.
That's beautiful. Wait, I'm all wrong with this camera right now.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, I hear everyone's criticism about wow, look at these pictures. My good, where was this at? Paisley or somewhere else? Where he's looking outside into the snow landscape. My goodness. Beautiful. Wow. It's beautiful. I mean, I just, wow, look.
I do think that it's especially remarkable considering that it was an album that didn't have a lot of photos in real time when you purchased it. So to see like, you know, so many images from this era, and that, you know, this album, the original release, and just left such a profound impact on all of us, like when we got it, and now with this new release and seeing all these unreleased shots, it's, you know, you're able to kind of make a connection. For me, my first format for the album as a 6-year-old was a cassette, and the first run of releases for the cassette came in a box. So it was similar to the long box. Like, you remember back in the days when CDs had the big cardboard box. It was a similar box, but it was even smaller. And I'd never seen a cassette quite like that. But when it was first released, that was the form my parents got for me. And as a companion, I would take that box everywhere with me. I had a thing about making my teachers say housequake and pretending like I didn't know how to say it because I wanted to hear them say it. Like, because it's not an actual word. I'm like, Miss Connie, can you say, what's this third track? What's that? So that was kind of like, so we all have these really kind of like, you know, romantic connections to like the artwork. Not forget the work, but, you know, even before we start to like engage the compositions, but just the packaging, the heart, the denim, cat, Madhouse, all of that stuff aesthetically, it's just so important to like aesthetically consume all of that stuff, even before you get to talk about the music, you know?
I mean, I just feel like just opening it just now, like now I feel like I've defiled it somehow because the plastic is now in tatters. But just that moment of discovery that I just remember that moment so well from that time. I remember sitting there. I remember where I was. I remember getting it in. I remember listening to it for the first time and just being so I mean, I still have the sweatshirt that Warner Brothers sent me. It doesn't fit, unfortunately. And I think I got something on it. You know, when you're young, you getting all this stuff and you're like, you know, I had a Prince tambourine from Purple Rain. I broke it, you know, so now I think I'm making up for lost time. So I'm trying to collect everything. So for me, since 2016, it's been a sense of rediscovery of an artist that I loved, that I feel that I didn't even know how much he had contributed until after he was gone. I mean, it's unfortunate. We say, you know, you don't appreciate people until they're gone, but just not even recognizing the tremendous output in the way that some people who had just been following along every second the entire time. I think at one point, you know, he was always kind of there in my life, but I may not have been paying as much attention all the time. And so the rediscovery of all these things and then having them repackaged in this really beautiful and caring way. I know that we all have feelings that we would like to have this, or we would like to have that, or we would like to see different things done. But, you know, I think there's always this conversation of what would Prince do? What would Prince want? And we didn't always know what he wanted to do or what he wanted when he was here. So I think it's difficult to discern. But at the same time, we know that the things he did with great quality, and he wanted things to be correct and right. And when you think about how he might feel, because we have no way of ever knowing that, but how he might feel, I think the really important thing to continue with is what we're doing now. We're continuing this legacy. We are continuing, most importantly, the community. And I think that's one of the most impactful things, that there is such a strong community, even now, years after he started making music, that there's still this community of people who really, 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 really care about his work and his legacy. And so as we look at box sets for the future, or what projects might come out for the future, I would love to see more love given to the albums that he put out while he was actually here, because those, we know he put out the way that he wanted. I would love to see a box set of all of them. I don't know how that happens, but you know, there's a giant $500 or so Muhammad Ali book that I think Taschen, or one of those major coffee set book publishers, has put out. And that's kind of a collector's item, and it's not something that everybody's going to get. But I would love to see something like that, and just a continuation of all of the special little things that they've put out, like the limited edition. I've got the Nothing Compares to You, that I think is just like 700 singles, or maybe 1,000 or something like that they put out a couple of years ago. And once again, I would love to see them put together some kind of advisory board where you had the people who are really stakeholders in his career, the journalists, the fans, the other musicians, and his collaborators, that could get together and really hash out, and I'm sure argue and throw things, but hash out some ideas about the kinds of special projects that you might be able to do in his name and in his legacy going forward, whether that's music or books or plays or TV shows or whatever. And also in terms of his legacy, I think when the documentary is done, I think that will be something that will draw a lot of younger people in.
Thanks so much. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at El Debarra saying I'm still hearing from Celie in the afterlife. Oh my God. All right. Does anybody else? Yes, Kamilah.
Okay, so I'm going to circle back. First, I agree with everything everybody said wholeheartedly, 100%. And my criticisms, like everyone else's, come from love. And I think one of the biggest things I want to see going forward is, you know, what Tonya and Harold, Nicolay, what everyone has said. I want to see, first of all, I just need some more inclusion. And I don't mean a tokenism or, you know, for diversity's sake. I thought Lenny I really want to focus on the liner notes just because, you know, this is my thing, receipts. You know, this is at the end of the day a historical document. I thought about when Elliot said his school ordered it, you know, for him, for his class, and how people are going to be introduced to Prince through this document. And so I personally it's like my grandmother used to say, they got the sin and left the substance behind. And so when I look at how absolutely beautiful everything is, the attention to detail, how stunning that is, then what that does for me is it creates this dichotomy where I'm like, okay, how could you give so much care and attention to detail to the beauty of the disc, you know, the layout, the packaging, but then have such a lack of detail when it comes to showcasing the new band, to Prince's narrative. I feel like, you know, there should have been a Prince sensitivity reader, because as I read through the liner notes, I was just like, where's Prince? You know, this was such an amazing opportunity to center Prince's greatness. My favorite piece in the liner notes, I think the only one that actually centers Prince in his own narrative, from Daphne Brooks. I love where she talks about Sign of the Times being this mammoth solo statement that was arguably meant to just identify Prince as the great genius he is. And I would really hope going forward, if these people who are researchers, writers, if they're going to roll out the same team, that they would expand beyond Wendy, Lisa, and Susanna, that they would expand beyond 1986. You know, when you have a piece in the Sign of the Times deluxe set that starts in 1985, there's just a problem for me. And so if you can devote pages and paragraphs to describing Susanna's imagined cover for the Dream Factory, or telling us how she decorated the house, or that she and Prince shared a mic together when they were recording Crystal Ball, you could give more than a couple of sentences to this new band. One of the places where there's such a glaring lack of detail is when once you get through Dwayne Tudor's very detailed explanation and exploration of the vault songs, you turn the page and then you get to the live shows and there's just a set list. That's it. There's nothing. And I thought, wow, we've spent the last 2 weeks talking about after shows and rehearsals and what these different band members brought to it. And all you get is a picture and a set list. The preceding section about the vault tracks has all these quotes from Lisa and Wendy and quotes from Prince about Lisa and Wendy. There are no quotes about this new band. Harold did an excellent, his presentation on the band with no name. He had this amazing quote from Prince in the 90s where he's looking back on this band and he's like, I didn't have anything else to prove after this band, or how, he had been working and thinking too much after this band. And so some of the quotes just in the press about this band, I would have loved to have seen this band given reference. So in a perfect world, I would like to see a do-over of this, maybe one that's more accessible. Going back to what Nicolay said, we don't need 63 tracks. Quite honestly, I'm not going to listen to most of them again. A few of them are good, but if anything, even though the liner notes spend more time on Wendy, Lisa, and Susanna and less time on Prince, what this package shows is what a great editor Prince was, how Prince really knew how to tap into a sound and to deliver that sound. And he knew what he wanted. His vision, even though it was always changing, he always knew what it was and where he was going. And what we got with Sign of the Times, after I made it through everything, I was like, wow, what we got was what we needed to get. There was nothing I listened to and said, oh man, he really should have put that on there. And so something that's more digestible, more accessible for, newer fans, for the more casual fan. I think a set that has something that's a reissue and maybe a live show, maybe a live DVD and something else, I think that would be great, because I think it sounds weird, as amazing as Prince is, a lot of people only know the surface level of it. So an accessible piece that's got more concerts. I had a colleague one time that said he was in a barber shop and the Aladdin concert was on. They were playing it. And he's like, wow, your guy is really talented. He said that was the first time he said he played guitar, and then he went over to the keyboards and he sang. And I was like, a lot of people, the live performances are where a lot of people are really convinced of just how great Prince is. So a more accessible set that just has fewer songs, or just a reissue, maybe one disc of like tracks, vault tracks or whatever, or keep the vault tracks a separate project, but not to muddy the water so much, to center Prince and his own work. And the last thing I gotta say is the exclusion of Sheila E. from this is criminal. Sheila E., there is no musician I associate more with Prince than Sheila E. Their story is like a fairy tale, just their professional relationship. And that, as Harold talked about him in 2010 playing Dance Disco Heat, I think about that show in Europe where Sheila and Prince are playing percussion before they go into the finale of Disco Heat. This is a woman who he called on time and time and time again over the span of his career. And her becoming the drummer, it was magical when I saw her. I had never seen a female drummer. And in that time, the 80s, the big band, rock band, arena shows, to see a sister holding down those drums was amazing. In that Sheila E. gets like basically an afterthought mention. There should have been a focus on her, a piece on her. I could say it should have been called Not Bad for a Girl. And this was a place to really highlight Sheila E. Most of this band came from her. She's my favorite Prince drummer. hands down. And I love Michael B. I love a John B. But Sheila's my favorite just because of that symbiotic relationship that that Harold talked about before. So those were the real misses for me. And it's unfortunate because we've seen this over and over again throughout history where Black narratives have been hijacked and whiteness has been centered in them. And it really didn't sit well with me to see that happen with this particular project, having lived it in real time, having it mean so much to me to see Kat. I mean, Kat, oh, she won on Star Search, that's it. But we know that Susanna was decorating and painting murals, but all you can tell us was that Kat got a perfect score on. I mean, she choreographed the Cuckoo video. She choreographed the Madhouse video. She is an integral part of that show. She brought a new level of movement, a new side of Prince. We're seeing him dance with a partner. We're getting an idea of how Prince would dance when nobody's looking if he's with a partner. And like none of that's highlighted. So that made, the beauty of it marred it for me because it was just like, here we go again. So that was the only thing. But the pictures are nice, and the DVD of New Year's Eve was worth the price of admission for me because I love that. That I'll watch over and over again.
So before we move forward, there are a couple of questions in the chat that I want to try to get to before the comments keep rolling in. One is from Lynn on Sadoff. Says, do the panelists think, disclaimer, white woman here, with the increased attention on the lack of diversity that started to become louder in general Prince spaces when the Germans and the Times Project saw light and has only stacked up more Prince scholars' thoughts on the subject. This is a message that has been heard, noted.
I think, which, it isn't the most graceful or diplomatic opinion, but I think it has been noted, it's been disregarded. Someone like Dwayne Tudall doesn't get to claim oblivion. You know what you're doing, you're just pushing through with it, right? So, like, again, the Prince community is a very small, it's a very small community. And again, the community that will spend hundreds of dollars for essentially what is prioritized seems to be also your favorite eras or your favorite albums or your favorite bands. These kinds of discussions that are anchored in race, you can't claim oblivion to them. You are within arm's length. You're Facebook friends with a lot of these folks who are driving the criticism. So no, you don't get to, there isn't a much credibility. You have to show up in the chat section while they're here, it's talking and saying, oh, great, that's a perspective I've never considered before. Seriously? Like, is this where we are? So in the spirit of moving forward, because I know you're about keeping conversations productive, in the spirit of moving forward, my hope is that singularity, as far as a new approach, if Sony has a new approach to packaging, that singularity will not be, kind of like the decisive factor or kind of like the go forward. And if it is single, and if it is done by committee, ensure those folks that committee is comprised of don't always have to look like you. They don't always have to look like your favorite band. You know what I mean? So in the spirit of that, the only way to move forward productively is to broaden these voices. You can throw a rock within just the network of scholars that contribute to your events, D'Angela, and get better articulations of these timestamps than we're getting officially from the state. You know what I mean? It's not hard. It's not hard. It isn't rocket science. You've done the work. So many of us have done our own independent work and our own independent scholarship around varying errors, completely outside of our own personal biases or fidelity. If you are a hardcore Prince fan, you can't really afford to get hung up on a particular era because Prince didn't, right? He could give a damn about your romance. Love Sexy existed for a few months. Sign of the Times existed for a few months. To talk about Purple Rain for 36 years blows my mind. Like, who can you proclaim to be a hardcore Prince fan if you refuse to go beyond the revolution equator? No, you can't. You know what I mean? So my hope is that in the spirit of that, if we move forward, that we broaden the voices that are referenced for these deluxe editions. I want to go back to being a fan that's not rambling on the internet. You know what I mean? I was quiet before folks started completely losing their minds. I didn't start doing any of this stuff until 2017. I'll just buy whatever it is they release and be perfectly fine in the privacy of my own home, listening to Prince. But I'm not okay with his story being rewritten.
No,
I'm not okay with it.
Yes, I understand. So I'm sort of caught in the middle because, Dwayne is my friend, as you know, and I really appreciate all the work that he has put into particularly his books. And I'm actually really looking forward to the next one, which is going to be 85, 86. And I hope to God that 87, 88 is the third book in the series, because I think it's important. And will kind of help, I don't know, maybe open, because, he is seen as an authority, and will hopefully open some eyes for the people who do not come to my events or come to these podcasts, or doesn't listen to Michael Dean's Prince podcast, or doesn't listen to Darlene Nisi's Muse to the Pharaoh podcast. So I'm hoping that he'll broaden some horizons and sort of, bring us back, and basically bring us back to Silent Times, Love Sexy, and then move forward, as a lot of us want. Like Nicolay wants to get into the 90s. Like we also want to kind of get into the 90s as well. So there's Sealy actually has a question for Brother Pride. And he says, how did you decide on the band with no name rather than something like the New Power Soul Band? Is New Power Soul more of a moniker for a sound, feeling, ideology, or aesthetic, and not a particular band?
Sealy, even when Sealy ain't here, he's dropping the mic. He's still dropping the damn mic, asking questions. So as far as the moniker is concerned, and me kind of titling my initial presentation as the Brilliant Band with No Name, it was, I've heard people over the years say like, oh, well, they're kind of like the prototype for the new power generation, or, so we can kind of unofficially refer to them as, the NPG, the pre-NPG. And I, as a fan of their work, I am someone who welcomes and is comfortable with them not being a part of other brands, because they were unlike other brands to me. And, part of the reason why I ended that presentation, that paper, on Greg Brooks and Kat's appearance on Video Soul, which it'd be great if, the estate would think about actually talking to Donnie Simpson on a release. That'd be a suggestion. But, when Kat and Greg Brooks did an interview to promote the Sign of the Times film, and Donnie asked, hey, what's the name of your band? And, Greg responded, Prince. In my mind, that we can consider that Prince had the kind of confidence in this unit to have them represent him, right? And having that also be a bit of an anomaly, understanding that, oh, okay, yeah, this is Prince, the solo artist, versus the and that we'd had for the few years prior to that. But leading into 87, and the kind of band that Prince had assembled, that Prince and Sheila E. had assembled at that particular time, he was comfortable with not giving them a name because his own was enough. So that's kind of my attitude. I don't want them to belong to a post-revolution narrative, and I don't want them to belong to an NPG, but I did want to honor them simply by calling them what they were, which was, a brilliant band with no name. And I think releases like this and conversations like this are so important, in that even in the absence of a formal moniker, that they're still getting the credit and the level of reverence that they absolutely deserve around these conversations, surrounding these conversations, versus this kind of mournful take. Let's talk about the people that Prince chose to support the album. Let's talk about those. Like, how radical an idea is to talk about the band members that Prince chose to support this album. So that's kind of like a rambling answer to it. I mean, as far as Prince's take on what New Power Soul was, I haven't the slightest clue. But relative to the band, I'm comfortable with them being nameless.
Can I just say I'm really glad that you referenced Donnie Simpson, because one, as a former BET employee, I appreciate that. But, you know, Donnie Simpson, Tavis Smiley, Tom Joyner, other people in Black radio, electrifying Mojo, if he's still around, and I don't know.
Yeah, the program is for Radioscope, and I don't recall Radioscope having a host. I don't recall Radioscope having a host.
No, Lee Bailey is the guy from Radio.
Okay, so again, which is again part of what ignites my passion, reignites my passion around these projects, is that you have all of these resources available, but we continue to rely on this comfort zone, right? We continue to rely on these folks who time and time again are part of these repackaged pieces, when the projects, the more unpopular projects that still made its way to BET, that BET got behind, you're not interested in talking about them. Madhouse was not a failure to the folks on this screen.
Right.
We knew where to go to see the video.
Right.
We knew where to go to see the Cuckoo video. You know what I mean? But these projects and these people who are still alive, who are still of sound mind, and who can still conceivably contribute to projects, are left out to be spoken about by us.
But you know why that is. You know why that
is.
I absolutely do. So for me, working in radio, in Black radio, in real time, you know, that era of music was very much so segregated. So Prince, Whitney, Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson were part of that era of music that needed to cross over in order to become successful. So Prince was an unusual artist in the sense that I'm not sure, aside from maybe the first album, that Prince was even in the Warner Brothers Black department, because each record label at that point had a Black department, and you had Black radio, and then you had white pop radio, and probably alternative rock and whatever the distinctions were back in those days. So you really, when you see, you know, when you look at the American Music Awards performance and you see Prince is getting nominated for Best Black Album, and you're watching that from the perspective of 2020, like, oh my God, how could you say Black Album? But that was what it was then, and it was accepted and it was fine. So when you see that Michael Jackson and Prince really had to desegregate MTV, and you look at that from a 2020 perspective, and you're like, wait, MTV was okay with saying, we're not really playing Black music, which is the reason why BET came about in the first place, to fill that void. So it's true. And I'm so glad you brought that up, because of Donnie Simpson, who saw that entire era of music from, you know, the catbird seat, so to speak, and Lee Bailey, who, as you said, was the guy who was part of Radioscope, which was the syndicated radio program, and Tom Joyner, who I also worked for, who was one of the greatest Black radio personalities of all time, and who had one of the first syndicated programs across the country. These are all really important people. And Stephen Hill, who worked at BET for many years, worked in Black radio with me, and championed Prince. Yep. And Prince was not the artist that he had been in the 80s. And I say not in his musical output or in his brilliance, but to the mainstream culture. Because now he had moved from being a prominent artist to more into a legacy artist, and how much support that BET gave him, and how for each project that he came out with, and how much airtime and all those things. And again, very, very important to say that as an artist of his caliber and stature in that time frame, that Prince supported a lot of those shows, from Soul Train Music Awards, from Essence to different things that were happening in Black radio and all those things. That's really, really important, because a lot of artists, once they reached the magnitude of a Prince who were Black, they did not go back and do those shows or do that radio, or even have Black writers interview them. And I know several Black writers for Black publications or Black writers for mainstream publications who interviewed Prince, but yet all we know is the same ones, Alan Light, and no disrespect to any of those people, but we know the same ones. We don't even talk to John Green that much, who was the guy who covered Prince for 37, his entire career from beginning to end.
right? BET gave the kind of credence and the kind of attention, the kind of transparency to artists and Prince's ecosystem that more mainstream channels gave to Prince. You know what I mean? So as far as a portal, my own obsession with Love is Contagious is because of BET.
Yeah.
My obsession with Cuckoo is because of BET. There were no other formats that Video Music Box. I didn't have access to that in Charlotte, North Carolina in the 80s. No, I didn't have it. I had BET, I had Video Vibrations, I had Video LP and Video Soul to do all of that, to kind of inform that. But these were people who, again, Donnie Simpson is creating an entire episode devoted to Greg Brooks and Kat promoting the Sign of the Times film, which has kind of been unanimously seen as a failure, but having that kind of couch time being devoted to it was something that only BET was doing. And these people are still alive, and shame on you for not tapping into such a rich resource. And these are people who can run circles around you. People who can run circles around you.
I totally agree. And I think it's a really good point, Harold, that those people have not been part of this dialogue thus far, and to talk about that history. And I'm hoping there are people, once again, talking about the documentary as it relates to bringing more young people into the fold. I mean, it's kind of like if we had, for lack of a better artist, if we did a documentary about Beethoven and Beethoven was portrayed as this rock star of his era, and you talked about his loves and his life and all these things, would there be more interest in Beethoven? I think there would be, because I think we have young people now who really are, they're accessible to things from a video perspective more than they are from reading tomes of, lengthy books and even box sets and those kinds of things. So it'll be interesting to see, because this is the same individual, Eric Edelman, I believe, who did the O.J. Simpson documentary and brought in all those elements of race and correctly put OJ into his era and as a symbol of that era and the different ways that race played out in his case and in his life. So that, I think, will do and go a long way, but it just depends on who he talks to. Is he going to have that same sensibility to go to some of the people who are African-American and people of color who also were very instrumental into the kind of career that Prince had? Because Black people, I think Tonya's in here, never turned their back on Prince when he was writing Slave on Space and when he was talking about being taken advantage of by the record labels. And even when he was calling himself an unpronounceable symbol, they were still, he said that in that famous quote where he still called me Prince, my people.
The assumption is that Black people left him when other people did, when in truth, Black people were the first to support him.
Right.
And if you really go down to into a deep dive, you have to look at the Black South as well, and those connections. So D'Angela, of course, this woman is buying to. D'Angela is a person who thought Purple Rain was the end. Okay, so like her fidelity,
I really did. So, I honestly. Really upset.
So I say all that to say is that my whole as far as the documentary, I have enthusiasm around its creation and who's behind it. But like everyone else, we'll just have to essentially wait and see. I think more than anything, it's because Prince can be an extremely intimidating artist if you are a new person who is getting into the work or just consuming it. You have zero guidance on where to go. You have no kind of, form of portal without kind of referencing documentation, right? Without kind of having a quick nudge. And my hope is that for definitive packages, and it's obvious that for better or worse, the Sign of the Times box set is to be considered definitive until, unless, something else comes behind it to, expanding on this idea. My hope is that in the spirit of it being kind of a part of Prince's canon as an official release, that they work to inform their narratives with other voices. I think those other voices are imperative. And also just going back to from the support standpoint. So at the end of 97, Vibe magazine, and what they would do in their heydays, they would do kind of like a year-end wrap up, the best of this, the worst of this. And at the end of '97, Vibe magazine had a picture of Prince on the Jam of the Year tour. And it was a small caption, I still have it somewhere in a scrapbook. And it said that Prince had the comeback tour of the year in '97. And a lot of people don't think of the Jam of the Year tour, with, positive, at least sonically, as well as like the band Kirky J. People really don't think of it in that way. But to have that be there, have that caption there, and to have Prince be kind of identified as the comeback of the year. And the caption read, if my memory served, that, Prince didn't even release an album this year. And he managed to have a tour that was the most must-see ticket of 1997. Again, when New Power Soul came out a few months later, BET was all over it. Like Maite, Morris Hayes, they were on Planet Groove with Rachel. I don't know if you guys remember that show, but for 2 hours. So again, it's just like our support never left. And it kind of, these kind of gross romantic revisions, completely disregarding, the folks who were there actually giving support when you weren't interested. It's an insult. So there's so many contextual factors that kind of inform our criticism of this work and work like it. The opportunity is to do better. I give it to the estate to take heed and to notice what it is that we're saying, because we're the people that are buying it. We're the people that are going to buy it. And if you're the Angela, you're buying two of everything. So she has a right.
But definitely it's important to take note of how much Black media Prince supported, because that was really now I just saw someone posted magazine covers, the most recent ones with Lakeith Stanfield on a cover and some Barack Obama's on the cover of InStyle and all those things. There was a time in this business when to get a Black person on a magazine cover, a music magazine like Rolling Stone, all the way to a Vogue or anything else, was a difficult task. And they felt very comfortable saying, no, this is not a good fit for us. And so when you think the fact that he did Ebony, he did Essence, he did, what was that magazine? A couple of other Black magazines that have come and gone, where he participated in interviews or did covers. That was a big thing because, again, you didn't see Janet doing quite as much. I'm not going to disrespect her in any way, shape, or form, but you didn't see Janet doing quite as much. You didn't see Michael doing quite as much. You didn't see Whitney doing quite as much. And for him to be supportive of those things at that time, I'm not sure that anyone has really talked about how significant that was. And that is why Black people never left him.
Yeah,
and that's why he put Slave on his face. And that is why when he talked about how he felt that Warner Brothers was, just somebody in a Facebook group recently said that Prince didn't deserve his masters. And of course I had to jump in there and say, excuse me, because there are significant white art. Prince, when I talked to him around the time that New Power Soul was out, and he talked about the fact that folks like David Bowie were able to own their masters because they were considered significant enough artists that they quote unquote earned the right to get them. And it's, when you think about the output, when you think about how much work when you think about how generous he was with his music, when you think about everything that he put out, why wouldn't he deserve his masters? And there was just such an exploitative aspect of the music industry as it relates to Black artists historically, from all the way from the beginning of recorded music, and the exploitative nature of record contracts and people who were mostly white because they ran the music business and really still do, sorry to say, that they were so exploitative of Black talent. And so to say that he didn't deserve his masters was just like, come on, these deals are terrible to begin with. They're awful. They're exploitative of all artists, but Black artists in particular who would, take the Cadillac and get into a bad deal because to them that was, whoa, I'm making money. I've got a caddy, So when he went into that mode, I think that Black people respected and supported that, which is why you saw the love for him that was so showcased in his life, that people respected the stance that he took in order to have control of his own work. And it was interesting because I'm now collecting old MPG magazines and Controversy and Uptown, and I just happened to buy the one that references all the Sign of the Time concerts, but it also happens to be the issue of Uptown where Alex Hahn talked about Prince suing Uptown magazine, which is a whole story that we don't have time to go into, but I'm sure all of you know some of the details in that. But again, you look at how many people throughout his life wanted to control and determine what he should and shouldn't do with his own work. And to me, no matter whether you agreed, disagreed, I'm sure we all feel that Prince could have done this for us. He could have done that for us. He could have put out this. He could have done this project. Why didn't he do that? But he wanted to. And if you consider him a control freak, consider the output, consider the generosity with which he shared his talent. When I went through that list of the Sign of the Time concerts and the detail that they had about describing each show on that tour in Europe, and then you thought about the aftershows, and then you thought about the sets that he put out when he was alive and how many albums and all of that, why shouldn't he be able to determine, whether you liked it or not, what happened to his own work? Because there was Prince the brand, Prince the artist, Prince the musician, and then there was Prince the person. And sometimes I think we forget that all those people had to exist simultaneously and probably had all different things going on. And then him being a Gemini, was probably 8 of them on time, arguing with each other all the time. You know?
Lay off the Geminis, one right here. There were 20 of them.
Well, he was a student of the game. I mean, he like he spoke about the Little Richard thing. He spoke about, like the Jimi Hendrix thing. So he knew, what was, coming his way. We didn't know. And so, he did what probably most artists didn't, well, most Black artists didn't do, which was like he peeped what his heroes had done before or had gone before him and learned from their mistakes. And he just capitalized on it. And not a lot of artists can say that, because I can promise you, I think before he started mentioning masters and all that stuff in '96, you never heard an artist mention anything about owning masters or anything about that. So, when he started, like pulling game to how I know the Hendrix estate has no say in how his image is being used, then you understood why he didn't want his stuff on YouTube and didn't want his images, like why he sued like Alex Hahn and all these other people. Like, it made sense. It was kind of quirky at the time, but when he, kind of told you about it, I mean, it made sense. So, I mean, there's a lesson to, I think, be learned from that, from, those post his career that, hey, say, like follow this, like follow what he did, because he was on to something. It's just that the machine didn't like it. And so, like they did their thing to try to silence it. But I mean, he was a student of his craft as much as he was a teacher of it. And so, and he didn't mind sharing that. It's just that some people didn't catch the lesson.
Hold that thought, Harold. Just hold a second. I just want to make sure we're actually mad over. We're supposed to be done at 2. I can be here all day because this is my birthday weekend and I'm celebrating my birthday right now. But for the panelists that are the other 5 people on the screen, if you need to leave, please don't be shy. You can literally just like, boop, like I'm done with this. So just be aware of that. The other thing I want to say is that I want to say hello to Wally, and I want to make sure that Wally doesn't misinterpret this message. Rodney says, I was telling him to put your respect on your name. We do not disrespect Wally on, Wally never has been disrespected on my mouth. And we have promoted Wally's book. And I know for a fact, several people have bought Wally's book since we've been doing these episodes, because I speak so highly of Wally's book, because I personally believe it. Since the last couple of years, for me, Wally's book is the best book on Prince, and I've said that, and I will continue to say that. So I just want to say a mad shout out to Wally. It's so fantastic to have you in the house. We have nothing but love and respect. Ain't nobody saying nothing bad about you. So I just don't want that, because out of context, that comment can be read wrong. We will have nothing but love for Wally and Brooks and Kat and all of the Sign of the Times band. We and Miko and Boni and Sheila and Dr. Fink, like everybody. And we can't forget Levi. We love all of these people. They're really important to us. So thank you for joining us. All right. So
Mr. Levi Seacer. I just wanted to say that.
Levi
Mr.
Seacer.
Levi
Don't leave out the
Seacer.
Mr.
Say it one time.
Right.
Mr. Levi Seacer. Another after show reference.
Was mine. I like when he said, Nicolay, I know you haven't been talking. Do you want to say anything? Because I have you on mute, unfortunately. Okay. All right. Harold, take it away.
Wait, but Harold, could I jump in really quickly though before you? Because Ricky said something that I just want to kind of come back to when you were talking about Prince kind of putting us up on like the game. Coming back to what I was saying about Adore, there again, as I started this alternative consideration of Adore, I thought about even that when he's like, I'll be your eyes, when you can't see. And it's like Prince was moving in a different direction already. We know that by the time he's moving into like Batman Graffiti Bridge, he's already in this kind of fallout space with the industry, with his label. And so I start looking now with these signals he was sending, because he was always so far ahead of us, and thinking about going back to BET and radio. I know you didn't come with a Radio Scope reference. I was like, I throw back. But all of this, Black radio here, even in Adore, when he goes back to the kind of reference to I want to be your lover, when he's like, I want to be like no other, I want to be your mother, whatever, like your brother. I thought about how I Want to Be Your Lover was Prince's first #1 single. And people don't say that because it was #1 on the Black charts. Because, there was still the Black charts. And Nicolay, it would be interesting to hear your perspective, because I don't know if you guys had Black charts and mainstream charts over there. But so for us, it's like, a lot. Even when I was reading Pierre Nilsson's book and they were talking about the failure of Sign of the Times, and they're like, If I Was Your Girlfriend charted at, number 12 on the Black charts, but that was no consolation. And there's always this kind of dismissal, like this stuff was nothing, but it's like, this was huge. Like, I remember all of this stuff, BET, Black radio. I knew I wasn't going to see Cuckoo on MTV. I knew I wasn't going to see Madhouse on MTV. And, it comes full circle when you see him performing on that New Year's Eve show, because thanks to Brother Wally's book, I know that Tom Joyner and Myra J from the Tom Joyner show were at that New Year's show. I know that Donnie Simpson was at that New Year's show. So he's performing. And so when he goes in the 6, the Black folks there know it, because it hit number 5 on the Black charts. It didn't chart anywhere else, but we were buying it. My brother was over the other day, and he's a casual Prince fan, and I'm like, you remember Madhouse? He's like, oh yeah, dun 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 dun, and it's like that was the reach of that song. And so thanks to people like Wally, who have been excluded from these sets and who aren't being talked to because they didn't decorate and paint stained glass windows, but thanks to his book, I'm learning about stuff that I didn't know about with Prince, that was important, So when he's like, I went and I picked up Tom Joyner and Myra J, and they were there, and Donnie Simpson was there, and Sugar Ray Leonard. I didn't know Sugar Ray Leonard was at that New Year's concert till I read Wally's book. So when Prince is going through like his musical history, you see who he's performing for also. So when he's doing Adore, at that point, Adore is a hit on Black radio. If I Was Your Girlfriend is a hit in the Black community. So even though other people are like, oh, well, the only song that was that did anything was You Got the Look, and Sign of the Times was a failure, that wasn't the truth. When, Sign of the Times was playing in the communities here, the theater was filled with people going to see it, so it's understanding, like you said, Tonya, this was a different time. And those of us who lived it know that the Prince conference in Minneapolis was canceled this year, but I was going to do a presentation called Others Here With Us about Prince and the Black community and this relationship that people are trying to rewrite as if it didn't exist. But Black people held him down. Black radio held him down. Black video held him down. And it's so important that he never left. Until the end of time, he never left. He was doing those shows. I think about the Soul Train Awards, where he got that Artist of the Decade award in 2000 for the 90s. When mainstream was writing him off in the 90s, here the Soul Train Awards gave him an Artist of the Decade award for the 90s for leadership. They talked about his leadership, and he was there at that award show, when he with Patti LaBelle and Rosie and Stephanie Mills, he's coming to these shows when other Black artists who had crossed over did not. So it's important that these voices are heard. It's one of the reasons why I didn't buy the 1999 set, because I'm about documentation, receipts, the liner notes. And when I saw that not one Black person contributed to the liner notes for 1999, and I thought this album was so big, the lead up to this album. And you think about that tour, there was the first leg of that tour before they started showing the videos, before like midnight on MTV. And then there was the second leg where he came back around to the bigger places, like in Chicago. He did like the the Auditorium Theater. And that was off the strength of The Time and Vanity 6 and Black radio playing it. But by the time Little Red Corvette in 1999, we're starting to get some real MTV play, and they added more dates. And he came back around to a bigger arena here in the Chicago. Now you've got, the audience expanding, because now white audiences who tend to think, a lot of people in that mainstream, that Prince started with 1999, or they'll say the first band, like the Revolution, like that was the first incarnation of that band, and it wasn't. And so it's why it's so important to center Prince in his narrative, because when you center Prince in his narrative, Wally is talked about, if not talked to. We, like you said, D'Angelo, we can talk about these people even if you're not talking to them, but Wally is here to talk to. Greg, Kat, all of these people, if they don't want to talk to you, you can still talk about them, because if you center Prince's narrative, all these people are a part of the narrative, including Donnie Simpson and Electric Mojo and all these wonderful people that supported him. And I hate the way they are just being effaced from this narrative. So I just wanted to add that on to what Ricky, Harold, and Tonya have all added. And Nicolay, I saw your kind of nod no, so you guys didn't have like the black charts and okay, so you were just getting Prince. All right, thank you.
But I really want to say having black charts and black radio was not a bad thing. And
oh, not at all. I agree. I just want to say not at all. I agree. It was important.
Yeah, because at that, the critical part of history to take away from that is that the National Association of Black-owned Broadcasters was very significant at that time, because across the country, there were Black independently owned Black radio stations. And what happened in the consolidation when folks like Clear Channel and iHeartRadio and Live Nation and all those folks came into play, they really just swept up all those radio stations, which decimated the membership of the National Association of Black-owned Broadcasters and really kind of tremendously impacted Black radio, what you would hear on Black radio, all of those kinds of things. But there was a pride for sure in being a part of Black radio, supporting it with the limited resources that some of the stations had. As I said, I worked at WILD in Boston, which was the only Black radio station in town at that time in the 80s, and was on the AM dial. And also only, was it AM or FM? Somebody remind me. But in any case, if you grew up in Boston at that time, you'll know, because it was the only game in town, and it only came on because they had some limited bandwidth situation from sunup to sundown. So that's how they were doing Black radio back in those days. And then, of course, you had the great broadcasters like Donnie Simpson, like Tom Joyner, like all those other folks that were so much a part of that landscape at that time. And artists like Prince would come out to those radio stations and do those signings and come to the record stores and the Tower Records and all those kinds of things. And it was really important. But there were artists at that time, because when you look at the Rihannas and the Beyoncés and how they are marketed across the mainstream, that's because of these artists like Michael, like Prince, that really broke that color barrier and allowed for those crossovers to happen. Because you still have artists that you look at, and artists that are quote unquote on the Chitlin circuit that, you know, somebody put out a tweet thread earlier this year, and they talked about who is Black famous. And there were so many artists that people came up with, not just musicians, but across the whole entertainment spectrum, that only Black people knew. And Tom Joyner was one of the ones that was referenced a lot. And there were other people like the actor Clifton Powell and all that kind of stuff. So you really did have a difference. There's artists even now that people mostly only Black people know. And then you have the artists that are mainstream that everybody knows. But the importance of the Prince, the Whitney, the Michael Jackson was the fact that they allowed for the Rihannas and the Beyoncés and even Janet and folks like that to come after them and cross over and make more money and have more opportunities. And that has led itself more into many more Black artists being mainstream almost from the door. So it was a big difference, and they were really significant in that. But again, in the law of unintended consequences, once, you know, it's the same when you look at HBCUs in sports. Once people have crossed over and they're able to go and play at mainstream universities and predominantly white institutions, then you have less people that are at the HBCUs, and then the HBCUs suffer. And in a sense, that's what kind of happened in Black radio. So it's good and bad, I guess, in that sense.
I do want to kind of chime in on, like, from a support standpoint, and give BET some shine, more shine. So, you know, growing up, child of the 80s, you know, I was an MTV baby. I was a baby of wherever I could see music or hear music. So if it was MTV, I was focusing on MTV. And, you know, one of the things that I'm okay with being wrong, and because your comment section is so lively, I'm sure someone will mention if I'm wrong, but I cannot recall in the 80s Prince getting like a kind of dedicated, I won't say dedicated programming, but more so a weekend. Because what used to be a big thing with MTV is that you'd have, if you are a star of a particular stature, you got an entire weekend of programming devoted to you. I know Michael got it, Madonna had it, Janet had it. These are folks who had it several times, but I don't recall, I mean, obviously the Under the Cherry Moon premiere and that special being it. I just can't recall there being like dedicated programming devoted to a new Prince album the way new projects from those other artists, you know, kind of warranted that from MTV, whereas BET. And just, you know, and this, I was just making some notes, you know, listening to everybody on the panel talk and thinking about Screen Scene. And I don't know if you guys remember this on BET. It was hosted by Angela, I forget her name, as well as Melvin Lindsay. And Melvin Lindsay is one of the most influential. All right, I'll stop talking now since Wally's here.
Hey, everybody. Hey.
We're all on the floor now. We have nothing else to say.
All right, impossible to follow. But in the spirit of that, I remember watching Screen Scene, and Screen Scene was so, I don't know why I can't remember her last name, but I believe it was Angela Stribling and Melvin Lindsay, who was first, you know, he was first a DC DJ. And for Prince's release, Graffiti Bridge, the premiere of Graffiti Bridge, they were talking about it. When Prince opened up Glam Slam, it was an event. It was something. It was a story, a vignette on BET. In '92, when Prince, there was a dedicated episode of Video LP. We know the story with Madeline Woods, who is still amazing on all fronts now. When she debuted the theme song that we ended up knowing as Pheromone a lot later, that entire episode was dedicated to, which at the time, footage that ended up showing up on the 3 Chains of Gold VHS, but Prince gave it to BET first. So the interview we saw with Sherry Carter and Tony M and all that stuff, at the time it aired, we didn't know what that was. But Prince used it a year and a half later and put it in his VHS. Moving forward a year or so later, when Prince debuted The Sacrifice of Victor, the premiere of it was on BET. So these are the stories and these are the people that we
Actually,
need to be talking
so
about.
let me give you another little tidbit. Prior to that, I want to say maybe 85, 86, when they started showing video. Well, they were already showing videos outside of Video Soul. Prince was one of the first. Well, first, most Minneapolis artists went to went to Video Soul. Jesse, Vanity, Terry, and Jimmy. So, they always kind of, I think BET always supported the Minneapolis sound, and so they always had a platform to go and speak. So, that was probably too. But BET was the first to give Prince, if I can recall, these birthday celebrations. Every June 7th.
Yes.
They would show
vibrations, Video Soul, like the entire day.
Yeah, they would show videos like all day because unfortunately, they said we would still be in school, like me and D'Angelo. So it was a mad dash home to try to record some videos that you didn't have. But they also would have these little bits and pieces of things like that you didn't have that you would never see again. And so they started that as far back as 86, if I recall. And so they did that like every year for a long time.
If you wanted the long version of anything, you had to go to BET. If you wanted all 9 minutes of the America video, MTV wasn't going to show that. If you wanted all 8,
and don't forget Thieves in the Temple. I always had to wait.
You knew it was right there. You knew it was right there. Like if you wanted 8 minutes of Thieves in the Temple, MTV wasn't going anywhere near that. But I always knew Video Vibrations in the fourth quarter of 1990. Chances were high that I was going to see it. So the exclusivity of material that BET had at the time for spaces that weren't Chicago or New York or LA it can't be spoken about enough. Just how important it was, how important they were to expanding Prince's fandom during eras that he was not present on MTV, he was not present on VH1, he was not on the American Music Awards every single year. But BET held him down. So Jam of the Year, Musicology, and all this other stuff, when things kind of swoop around, it's kind of like, we've been here. Where y'all been? Like, we've been here.
Right. Who played the long version of Sexy MF? That had to be BET. And don't remember seeing that on MTV.
Actually, you know what? BET played.
I saw that one on Music Box. I didn't see that one on BET.
I know BET played Count the Days, and I was like, what is this?
Yes!
They absolutely did. They absolutely played Count the Days because my mother saw it before I did. And she said to me, she was off of work that day. She said to me, I saw a video today and it didn't, the title of the artist wasn't Prince, but I could tell it was him by his hands. Right. So like I remember my mother saying like just by how he held the strings, I could tell it was Prince. But BET was showing Exodus videos. They played The Good Life. You know what I'm saying? So give them their shine too. Give them their shine too.
So I actually want to make sure that we can hear from Wally. So we want to
hey everybody, hey
Wally,
beautiful
and we
sisters.
Want to, again.
Hey brothers, how y'all doing?
Thank you so much.
Good.
So Wally, talk to us about. I know
Yes.
you have your own podcast. So can you talk to us about your podcast and who you've been talking
Wally's
to?
All Access. Take a look backstage of entertainment. It's basically about all the people that worked with Prince. Susan Rogers, sound engineer, Roy Bennett, and the stage hands and everybody. I just want them to get some credit because no one ever talked to them, and that's what the podcast is all about. Mm-hmm. The people that help runs PRN production, and I was just blessed to be around a brother like that. We did Sign of the Times, Purple Rain, from 78 to 88. I watched this man change the music industry drastically. Coming up in Detroit, being around Motown, hanging out with my brother-in-law, Billy Sparks, And we had no idea that we was making history the whole time. I mean, Mojo, that was something, just to be there and not know that Purple Rain was going to be a pop iconic movie. And then he did Sign of the Times. Well, Under the Cherry Moon did Sign of the Times. That was really something to be over in the south of France. D'Angelo, and happy birthday to you, beautiful sister.
Oh, thank you so much. It's actually on Monday, but I actually celebrate early.
well, hey, we celebrate the rest of the month.
Yes, thank you so much. So talk to us, what was it like being on the Sign of the Times tour? And just like that stage, like what Roy Bennett did with the stage, and plus, having Kat in the band. Can you talk a little bit about like the Sign of the Times tour?
Oh, well, Kat, when Jerome left, Prince brought Kat in for me and Brooks. But, the difference with the artistic of that tour and that show, he basically gave me free range to do whatever. I ad-libbed a lot of stuff into the show, like the bar scene with me and Kat, the Detroit Crawl, the part where the A Train, when he was playing the A Train, when me and the guy was over there gambling, shooting dice, all that was ad-libbed into the show. And Prince, me and his relationship was different from everybody's because, he's going to get the best out of you, whatever you're doing. He's going to get the best because, I had no idea, that this man, was this famous. But what was crazy is that Prince had stage fright as well. Looking back and him in the dressing room, he used to drink herbal tea and listen to Joni Mitchell and Andreas Waldenweider while he was getting dressed with the lights out, with candles burning and incense. So not knowing, he was calming his nerve as well as me. So, I mean, it was like we couldn't wait till the show started. And I couldn't wait till it ended.
That's amazing. You're about to say something else. I don't like cutting people off.
No. Like I said, he was the little weird black boy from Minneapolis. No one wanted to respect him. They didn't, Prince, like I said, every time he looked up, he changed the music industry. You had to play catch up to him. And that's the way it was. He set the standard, and, Donnie Simpson is actually originally from Detroit. We called him the Love Bug. Greg Brooks' dad and Donnie Simpson knew each other quite well because Greg Brooks' father was in the music business. He worked for the record label. So Donnie Simpson worked for WCHB, the radio in Inkster, Michigan. So Donnie Simpson's family, they had a record shop called Simpson Records, and they also distribute music back in the 70s at the distribution. They had a Simpsons distribution record place. And his mom and sister still have their record shop to this day.
Oh, wow.
They still sell candy and penny candy and CDs.
That's amazing. Does anybody on the panel have a question for Wally that you want to ask? Or Kamilah, you can tell him how wonderful his book is, because I've already told him how wonderful his book is, but it'd be great to hear from somebody.
I was actually going to say that.
But Kamilah, it's funny because when I wrote that book, my intentions was to tell my life story through the journey, the music. And Prince was the cherry on top. But, being raised in the Nation of Islam, and coming up in Motown and being around all those entertainers, Marvin Gaye, the Temptations, the Originals, the Spinners. So that was, coming up, it was like black was a thing to be.
It still is, Wally. For me, it still is.
Black is beautiful, and I was loving it. We had the Afro pics with the fists on it, You know, Jane Brown, a lot of people know Jane Brown had them S&H Brown stamps, you know, for you can go purchase stuff as kids. Your mom can purchase something, you fill the book up and you can buy stuff in the stores.
Yeah. Well, Wally, I wanted to tell you because D'Angela shouted out your book a couple of weeks ago during one of these, and I went and ordered it. And I have to say, this it speaks to the importance. I'm all about writing to document history and how personal narratives actually document history. So when you said that just now about back then, Black is beautiful, and I said for me, it always will be. But it's
Yes.
important because your story, I didn't know your story because no one really
Right.
talked to you. And I found the Nation of Islam connection. So much of it I related to, from my own upbringing, just in terms
Yes.
of the way you set the time period and the acts you named. You talked about the originals, and I'm from
Well,
Chicago. I could relate to
right.
Chicago,
Well, well,
Detroit.
well. Believe it or not, the sister that co-wrote my book,
Hmm.
Margina Christian, Dr. Margina Christian, she was the chief editor of Ebony and Jet.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So the way I wanted to tell my story, um, my youngest daughter Ashley read my book, and she said, "Dad, reading your book is like sitting on the couch talking to you." I said, "Well, Margina did an excellent job because that's the way I talked to Margina for over a year, every Friday on the phone, and she recorded my conversation, and the
Mm-hmm.
way she transcribed it was unbelievable. So everyone that read the book was not disappointed. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I just got back from New York with Ezra doing that Prince documentary with
Oh,
Netflix.
oh, okay.
And, unfortunately, the sister, she was supposed to do it, but she backed out at the last minute. The sister,
Ava,
Ava DuVernay.
Yeah,
Ava DuVernay, right. She
right.
backed out at the last minute, but I don't know if it was some complications with the state or what. But the bottom line is that, I really didn't realize that I was part of history with this man.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
just to sit in the studio and watch him record the crystal ball and, him singing through a megaphone on All My Dreams, he was truly amazing and was and a very athletic basketball player as well.
Can
This guy was unbelievable.
Mhm.
But Sign of the Times was, I mean, like, wow. I had no idea. I was looking forward to coming to the United States to do the show, but he said, well, hell, let him look at it in the movie theaters. I'm like, really? I said, well, shit, I get to be on the screen, on the silver screen. I said, well, that's history. But I sit back and process everything that happened. I don't think too many people can sit in front of you and say they played with Miles Davis on New Year's Eve.
nope, they
I don't
sure.
know. Miles was something else. That brother was deep. He was, him and Prince and his father, Mr. Nelson, they went so many different directions with jazz. And, me and Mr. Nelson used to trade jazz CDs all the time and cassettes from Tower Records. And I used to go get Charlie Parker, Miles Davis, Charlie Parker, John Coltrane, um, Charlie Mingus, bass player, Lou Donaldson. So we would just go through a plethora of jazz when Prince one day woke up and came into the sunroom where we was in Beverly Hills, and Prince was his father was sitting at the piano, and he was just on the keys, and he wrote Scandalous. So Prince asked Mr. Nelson, he said, well, do you got this written down? Mr. Nelson said, well, no, I got it in my head. I don't need to write this down, because that's what Mr. Nelson did. He was about, he would write the song, he played the melody, and, Prince took it from there. So his father was a big influence on him as far as the music. And, and his mom, he said, maybe I'm just like my mother. She's never satisfied. But that's from you know, his mother was the first woman in his life. You know, that's your first love. So I got him. So I was like, well, Prince, he would say things to me, and I was like, well, Prince, why you say that? Well, he was like, well, you don't understand your parents till you get older. And I said, well, he said, my mom asked me for everything, and my dad asked me for nothing. I said, well, I guess this is how it sounds when doves cry. And I guess it is. And you know, and coming up in Minnesota, that whole movement with George Floyd, that incident is unfortunate. It just happened in Minnesota, but they didn't respect Prince in Minnesota. You know, the color barriers were something. You know, I felt that when I came to Minnesota to shoot Purple Rain, when he told Apollonia, this is not Lake Minnetonka. You know, out there in Henderson, I'm like, wait, I'm like, Prince, ain't no blacks out here. Shit. You know, I'm trying to see some college. I'm trying to see some college folks. You know, and the whole time, you know, the movie set, you know, the people that was there, Albert Magnoli, but the young lady from Falcon Crest, Morgan Fairchild, was there the whole time. Her boyfriend at the time, Craig Chenault, was the cameraman. He was one of the cameramen. So we just sat and talked all the time. And I also went with him when he did the editing for the movie in the studio in Burbank, California. And I saw a lot of edits. You know, it's a lot of people got cut from that movie. And one of them was this female, I don't remember her name, but she was at the club scene. And she looked up at Prince, and Prince told Albert he wanted her out of the shot, whatever, because, you know, Prince ain't have a problem getting even with you. You know, Prince was very petty at times. I was like, why? You know, I was like, well, hey, shit, I made sure I don't cross you either. And, you know, and it was weird. It was like the girl knew, like, it's like he didn't have to say a word. She looked at him, and he looked at her, and it's like she read his eyes. Because, you know, people used to always ask me, Wally, did you look in his eyes? I said, well, yeah, I woke up every morning right next door to him in the hotel, and he would come in my room, and he want fresh squeezed orange juice, and he want the newspaper before he can read the articles about his press clippings from the concerts the night before. So, you know, like I said, if this man, he didn't sleep. You know, he always was up. You know, we was at the Le Parc Hotel. He woke me up at 3:30 in the morning looking for stationery paper to write the song Glamorous Life. You know, so I went to sleep with my clothes on. So I was always prepared. I was married as well. So he was like, Wally, do you have some stationery paper? I was like, well, yes, Prince. You know, I got a whole shit full of on the desk over here. So I gave him the paper. He said, because I wrote a song, Glamorous Life. We went to the studio and cut that the next day. He wrote that. He did that song the next day at Sunset Sound with Peggy McCrary.
Incredible.
And, you know, his whole approach to doing the album, but he was doing his album, Sheila's album, and he did Around the World in a Day album at the same time. You know, his whole techniques approach to recording was unbelievable. But Sign of the Times, the song Wally, he wrote this song. They said it's about Susanna, but really it was about these two female African chicks in Paris. But they had blonde hair and green eyes. You know, but shit, they were beautiful. I was trying to figure, well, we taking the Concorde the next day to fly over there. So, I mean, he was a woman. He got the best from women to the max. You know, because if you look at his recordings, most of his recordings was done by women, and he told me women are very efficient. You know, they on point. So I take my hat off to you, sisters, Kamilah and Tonya and D'Angela. You know, no pun intended, no disrespect to men, but he really didn't give a shit about men. And I said, well, hey, you know, I said, hey, brother, I said, don't waste it. Let me taste this shit. You know, don't, you know, hey, you know, I'm like, this guy, he was the first man to create GPS on women. You know, he was on it. You know, he was sexuality. This man, you talking about sexuality? All his songs were sexual. You know, and he sang about, he wrote what he sang. You know, so you know, Darling Nikki, Computer Blue. You know, I mean, he was unbelievable. But I can say when he made that change with the parade tour with the band, when he was comfortable and happy, the NAACP was coming down on his back because they told me he have enough blacks in his group. So, you know, the revolution didn't like us, and it was okay. Because if I had any problem, I just go talk to the head nigga in charge. You know, you got any problem, you know, talk to Prince, because there's only one star on that stage. That's him. So, you know, they say what they want to say. Oh, they got them out front. But hell, Prince was happy. You know, that was his makeup. You know, we did the birthday show at Cobo, and, you know, that's the most memorable show I ever done, because he did 5 other shows at Masonic Temple, and that recording it's on the 1999 reissue. You know, and like I said, that was the main purpose how I got into writing that book, was, you know, just to show the world who this man was.
We really you wrote it. We really appreciate that you took the time.
Well, the whole thing was be truthful to the purple community and the fans, and give the people what they want, like the OJs. Give the people what they want. Don't sugarcoat it. Keep it real. Keep it real. Don't sugarcoat it.
I have a question. I'm sure.
Yes, ma'am, Sister Tonya.
I met you last year at Celebration. You probably don't remember. We had a whole conversation.
I do. How can I forget a beautiful face like yours?
But I want to know, and I'm sure it's been answered, but I just want your answer. What, in terms of the song Wally, what do you think should have been done with that original version? Because Susan Rogers had said for years and years that she thought he was wrong for letting go of it. But what's your take on it?
Oh, the original version?
Right.
Well, he erased the original version, because let me explain something to you about Prince. Prince is never going to show his emotions to the world. You know, his machoism, egoism, he gonna put that front up like he pimping. He was the pimp, I was the pimp assistant. And make no mistake, he didn't take that too kindly, you know, showing his emotions to a female.
Right.
No, that's not what he does. It's about that music and keep it moving. That's why he told Dr. Rogers to erase that immediately. You know, but I was his friend.
Right. So how do you feel about the fact that the song has become so famous, and yet this was him expressing his feelings to you?
Oh, well, I told Prince it was only 2 great ones. It was Ali, then it was Wally. You know, it was only 2 great ones. Ali was the greatest, and here I come with the latest. So Prince was always humorous. He always had laughter and jokes all the time. I used to tell him that it was only 2 great ones. It was Ali, then it was Wally. So that song, that's just what Prince does. You know, I was moved by it, but I had no idea. You know, God moves in certain ways, and Prince, by him doing that song, and it became the holy grail of his vault. That speaks volume, because Dr. Susan Rogers spoke it into existence. Hey, I'm just here for the ride. Hey, they can't change history, sister. I'm here. I'm here to stick around.
Well, wait,
I was awesome. Go ahead.
What about these French girls? Because we've heard a different version all these years of who it was about. So what was up with these French girls? That's a new story that I haven't heard. Maybe everyone else has.
Well, you know, Prince loved his Barbie dolls now. You know, he didn't go back to chocolate until after he got that fro back. You know, he was going home. Affirmation of that album, I'm going home. You know, that last album he did, yeah, he was going home for real. He was done. He was done here. Prince was a comet. He came here to Earth to do his job, and he left. I always said he wasn't from this world. You know, he was something different. And he the French women, he didn't discriminate. I called them Barbie dolls. He was Kent, and that's how he was on the women. He was on them. And his father used to say all the time, he said, Wally, you know, my biggest concern, my son here. I said, what's that, Mr. Nelson? He said, his biggest downfall gonna be these women. I said, Mr. Nelson, history repeats itself. Didn't Nefertiti and Cleopatra bring down the Roman Empire? Damn it. He said, Wally, you are something else. I said, my mom used to tell me that every morning. Yes. He loved women. He was a womanizer, but he was very insecure too.
So
Despite
Wally,
yes, ma'am.
go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you can cut me off, sister. Cut me off at the knees and call me Shorty. Go ahead.
So actually, I want to go way back when you were talking about trading jazz CDs with Mr. Nelson. Like, what were some of Mr. Nelson's favorite jazz musicians? Like, who was he like just crazy about? And I know he was about Miles, but like in addition to Miles,
Charlie Parker, Horace Silver. Let me see who else. Chet Baker. Let me see who else. Like I said, Coltrane was one of his favorites. But you know, Prince, everything he does is like that moment. You know, for like a month and a half, he listened to Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain, you know, Kind of Blue. He listened to a bunch of Miles on a plane when we were going to Europe. And I had no idea I was gonna meet Miles later on in life. And him and Miles hit it off right off. I mean, they're both geniuses, you know. And I sit back.
And both Geminis.
Yes. And I'm sitting there listening to Miles, and he's talking to Prince. And we were we wasn't in Paisley Park yet. We were still at the warehouse over on Eden Prairie on Washington Boulevard. So me, Prince, Miles Davis, and Cubby, the sound man, we were in there. So it was this guitar sitting on a stand. It was chipped up paint guitar. I'm like, Prince, who guitar is that? He was like, you'll see. And walks in, here come Bonnie Raitt. She walked in, they did, let's give them something to talk about.
huh?
You know, just like that. He did that. And Miles Davis, you know, him and Miles did some recording. And like I said, it was a blessing just to work with this man and to meet all the people. I mean, even Herbie Hancock, you know, Herbie Hancock was a fan of Prince. And, you know, we met Herbie while we were in LA. And Herbie, you know, you talking about Maiden Voyage, Headhunters. So I just sit, and a friend of mine asked me, he said, well, Wally, what are you going to do with all that jazz, that knowledge? I said, pass it on to the world. You know, because everybody don't know jazz like that. You know, like Little Jimmy Scott. Nobody know about Little Jimmy Scott because he was, you know, Nancy Wilson patterned herself after Little Jimmy Scott. If you listen to Little Jimmy Scott, Nancy Wilson sounds just like him. But he never got the credit where credit was due because you had Nat King Cole, you had Mel Torme, you know, Frank Sinatra, all of them was out. So he never got the recognition. And, you know, I just loved Little Jimmy Scott coming up, you know, because he was that eccentric and you know, Nancy Wilson, we did some shows with her here. And Nancy Wilson, when we got done, she wanted to go to White Castle and get some hamburgers to the drive-through. You know, she said, take me to the WC Lounge, baby. I said, not a problem. Anything for the baby. You know, that's Nancy Wilson. Guess who I saw here today? You know, that's
beautiful voice.
Yeah,
beautiful.
that sister was unbelievable.
Yeah. She was like class incarnate. We want to say goodbye to Tonya Pendleton. She is leaving us.
I'm about to cry. You got me crying in my drink over here. Tonya, bye, beautiful.
Bye, Tonya.
Well,
Thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
Now Kamilah, that's my sister's name, Kamilah.
I saw in the book when
Yes,
I was turning pages, I said, "Oh, Kamilah, another
that's
Kamilah." I
right.
was reading it to my twin sister, Cabria, and I was like, "There's a Kamilah in here,
Yes,
old school
that's right.
Kamilah." So I saw that was your sister's name. I wanted to thank you for shouting out Jimmy Scott. Day by Day is one of my favorite
Oh
songs to
my.
take a bath to, and most people do not know Jimmy Scott. Might have been way
Oh
too much
yeah, Jimmy
information,
Scott.
but
I
I
mean,
love little Jimmy Scott. Like that. Wow, that's wonderful that you
he
even mentioned little
he
Jimmy
does A
Scott. Thank you
Motherless
for that.
Child and the Folks Up on the Hill, and he does a
Oh,
tremendous job on those songs. He's like,
wow.
I'm trying to be like Harold and Rick and my man sitting there at the bottom there with the
Nicolay.
Prince shirt on.
That's Nicolay.
Nicholas,
Nicolay.
Nicolay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like them brothers when I go up. I see Rick is a cute dog. Roof, roof. A cute dog, baby. That's right. Cute dog
You
in the
know it.
house.
All day, every
Wally,
day,
I think
and
we
then
see why
some.
Prince was having such a good time on those shows.
Well, Kamilah, Harold, Rick, and Nicholas, and D'Angelo, I kept it real with it. I kept it 100.
Right.
The game of all game is reality. You can't fake reality. And
Right.
this guy was a practical joker. I said sometimes you got to laugh to keep from crying. And but he was so sad inside. He was real sad inside. But I kept him on his toes. He was, this. I mean, what else can you give a guy that did everything musically, but keep laughter?
Yeah.
You have joy and pain.
Wally, I have a quick question for you.
Hell yeah.
I have a quick question for you. You moving into 87, post-show activity really takes hold. So versus after parties or occasional post-concerts, you guys started to do like after obviously a rigorous sound check, a main show, sometimes an after show. What was that transition looking? What did that transition feel like as a band member to have to do a show sometimes
Oh,
after
when
the
I
main
made
show?
my transition to the stage?
Well, no, most specifically with the Sign of the Times
Yes.
tour, because he started to do after shows more than any other time in his career up until that point. So as a band member, whereas usually the peak of your night is the main show, having to transition into occasionally doing these concerts that could sometimes
Oh,
be just
yeah.
as long as the main show. Like, what did that feel like as a band member at that time?
Well, he would do the after shows, as he calls sit-ins. I mean, you got Eric Clapton, Sting, you got Ron Woods from the Rolling Stones on the stage. And in the audience, you got Led Zeppelin, Robert Plant, Jimmy Page, George Michael. I mean, you got a plethora of stars over in Europe sitting at the table in the club listening to him. And I think the one that challenged Prince the most was Eric Clapton, on guitar, because Eric, he pushed Prince a lot. And a journalist asked Eric, "How does it feel to be the world's greatest guitar player?" He said, "I don't know. Go ask Prince." He said he actually didn't know. And they asked George Benson that same question. He said, "I don't know. Go ask Prince." He was the most underrated guitar player out there. And but he changed that at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. As my guitar gently weeps. He changed that whole game right there. He changed that.
I have a question.
He changed. Yes, sir.
Um, with the transition from the change of the bands, did you all have to ease the new band members coming in, like Levi and Kat and Boni and all them? Like, was it or did you just go to rehearsal one day and then they were there?
Well, the black people was in the house. We showed up and showed out. We was R&B, real black. Ribs and R&B. We was up in there. We was
Okay.
in there like swimwear. We didn't have no name. We was the no names. We were the no names. We didn't need no name. We represented.
Okay.
You know.
So I take it there wasn't a lot of animosity or from like the previous unit transitioning like to the new unit.
Oh no. It's like I said, if there was a problem, they're gonna take that up with the little fella up front on the microphone. So
Gotcha.
you
Okay.
got any problems? My office hours are 9 to 5, like Big Red. You want something to say to Prince, you go talk to him between the hours of 9 and 5. You want to know anything about your books and your royalties, go see Prince from 9 to 5.
9 to 5.
So
Okay.
that he was Big Red. There wasn't no problems over there. And see, the whole thing, you just had to know your lane. You had to stay in your lane and run the course. Because Prince wasn't easy to work with. He was very difficult. It takes a special kind of person to work with Prince. And, I was like, I just happened to be blessed to be in that situation. And like I said, Black was beautiful. And, and Prince didn't realize he was Black until he died, right before he died. Somebody asked George Clinton in an interview. They asked him, they said, well, Prince asked him, why you think the record label doing me like that? He said, because you Black. That's why they doing that to you. He said he had an OJ moment. Oh, he had an OJ moment, If the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit.
Oh, he had an OJ moment. I ain't Black, I'm OJ. Oh man, Prince had an OJ moment.
Yeah, he had an OJ moment where green eyes and light skin, and that was a pretty nigga. That brother. He had no problem telling you, and he had no problem telling the women that. He challenged a lot of females.
Okay, but hold up, man. I mean, I know, but he grew up in like the north side of Minneapolis, though. Like the fame kind of clouded the memory some, or did he just think he kind of like transcended the thing, or
the Blacks in Minnesota are Black-white. They're different there. And hey, you guys, we don't speak like that in Detroit. I know that's proper English. We eat phonics and we hooked on phonics. All of that. We don't speak like that. Hey, you guys.
Hey, look, I knew something was upset when I went. Then I told him they had no sweet tea. I was just like, all right, this is just
no. That's they didn't have no seasoning salt, no Lawry's, no hot sauce, none of that. So I noticed that immediately when I got to Minnesota to shoot Purple Rain, and I told my brother-in-law Billy, I said, Billy, the Blacks here in Minnesota are different. He said, what do you mean? I said, just wait, you'll see. You gonna see. I don't know. We don't talk like that in Detroit. Hey, you guys. Hey, we don't. I know that's proper English, but then that's not in our hood. We don't have proper English. We speak in Ebonics.
So a question in the chat from Elder Bauer says, didn't Bonnie Boyer have a wicked sense of humor, Wally? Can you tell us a good memory of Bonnie?
Oh my God, Bonnie was funny as all get out, and could sing her ass off. She did that piece with Raphael Sadiq, Deja, for Higher Learning. But Bonnie was funny as all get out. She was hilarious. She kept Prince in stitches too. I told Prince in rehearsal with the Revolution, I said, don't Wendy look like Ruth Buzzy from Rowan Martin Laughing? And he just bust out laughing. He said, the funny part about it, she does. She do look like Ruth Buzzy. And, it was always good times and laughter. And like I said, the sign of the times that show, Levi, Miko. I had to ask Miko, when brothers get long hair like that? Shit. I was like, because we didn't have that kind of hair. I said, Miko, you don't look Black no more. You look like you a Latin nigga. You look like a Latin brother now. You got long hair to you down your back and stuff. What's up with that? You know, he had all that weave up on his head. You know, I'm like, all right, Miko. Yeah,
So,
man. But that was unbelievable. That tour was unbelievable.
yeah, it was an incredible tour. There's another question in here. It says from Laura. I can't pronounce it. I'm not even going to try. So there's a track called Funky, credited to Prince and Miles Davis. Harold had to leave. Yes, do you want to say anything, Harold?
I just want to say this has been just an amazing, amazing pleasure, and just an unexpected gift to have Wally here with us. And again, to D'Angela, happiest of birthdays to you. Thank you so much for consistently creating this platform for these kind of conversations to happen. I can't even begin to speak about how important it is. So, to all of you guys, again, it's been a pleasure. I wish you a astounding weekend, an amazing weekend, and
yes,
you guys have a good one.
All right. And
so
Kamilah has to leave too, right?
No, Kamilah, don't leave, sister. I'm crying in my drink. I'm crying
famished. I have to go.
That's okay, sister.
I have to go, but I have to, D'Angela, my triplet. You know, I love you. When you were talking about Under the Cherry Moon and Prince's Authentic Self, you know, I told you that's how we met. I came to your presentation and I said you gave me new eyes to see this film, and then we went to the filming afterward, and it opened up a world of understanding for the film, but also a new world of friendship that I'm grateful for. Our triplet, my twin sister, is grateful for, and I'm just so thankful for what you're doing to document Prince's story from so many different perspectives. Having Wally here, talking to Atlanta Bliss, you know, earlier in the celebration. So thank you for these past 5 weeks. I'm grateful to that I got to hang with the cool kids, Nicolay, Ricky, Celie, who's still somewhere in the ether. Tanya, Arthur, Michael Dean, with all the great work he's doing. Big, you know, everybody has just been great. And so happy birthday, my triplet. Enjoy it. And thank you guys so much. This has really been great. Wally, no tears in your drink, brother.
I'm crying. I'm crying.
Pimp's assistants don't cry. All right, y'all.
Well, only when the lovely ones leave them. All right.
Take care, bye.
Take care, beautiful.
Bye, you all. And thank you to everybody who's joined in the chat and everybody. You all have just been amazing. So thank you so much, you all. Take care.
Yes. So actually, before I ask the other question, a long time ago, someone asked, how were you guys treated when you were in France, like filming Under the Cherry Moon? Kamilah just reminded me of that.
Oh, the answer to that first question, that track with Miles Davis and Prince, Funk.
Yeah.
Well, that is Miles, but also that's Atlanta Bliss and Eric Leeds on there.
Okay. So it's both. Okay.
Yes,
all right.
It's a collaboration there.
Awesome.
So how was we treated over in Europe?
Yeah, Europe for Under the Cherry Moon.
Well, I know when we got to Vienna, Austria, the home of Mozart, they looked at us like, we walked in a hotel like E.F. Hutton spoke. Everybody turned around and looked. I'm like, I thought I walked in somewhere in the wrong place, but they eventually warmed up to us. Mm-hmm. So I was used to that. So, you know, from the 60s and 70s, you know, racism, you know, I was used to that anyway. So, you know, racism is ignorance, you know, so I don't identify with it. You know, we people of color, we just, you know, love your brothers and sisters for who they are. You know, you don't judge them by their skin color. Yeah. So you love them for who they are.
Yeah, most definitely. So, Nicolay, do you have a question for Wally? Are you good?
Just really stoked to have him in the building. I would say I have one question, but that's a really corny question.
No, it's not, Nicolay.
All right. The kangaroo, is that something that originated with you, or like what?
Say that again.
What is the story behind that one? The kangaroo on the tube, what you're gonna do, Kangaroo? Is that something that you came up with? Is that something that just happened?
All that's me. I'm like Little Richard.
Right.
They get the,
right.
Prince. Whatever he call out, that's what you're doing. We are me, Greg Brooks, and Jerome are the Cocoa Boys. So that's what it is.
Right.
So
right.
I like I said, he gave me a lot of creativity, and like I said, our relationship was different from everybody else's. And I respect him, loved him as a brother. And like I said, his music and in the studio was impeccable. I couldn't believe it. So Nicolay, you're a keyboard player as well, right?
I better be right with all this stuff behind me.
I'm looking at that rack over there. I'm thinking you got some Herbie Hancock stuff over there.
I might have a little bit. Yeah, well, yeah, it's funny that you say that because Herbie is one of my other keyboard influences, idols, I should say, not influences. Cause I could never claim to be influenced by that type of genius, man. But I really do love the just the respect and that you love and the love that you show while talking about your brother and our idol, because it's just really beautiful to see. I think show business is just it can be quicksand, and it's just beautiful to see that you just speak about your years with a lot of love and affection.
Yeah, but I wasn't looking to get into entertainment.
Right.
That was by mistake. Hey, Ricky and D'Angela, I was trying to go to Bethune-Cookman College and play football when my brother was going to run track.
Oh, man.
I was trying to go to a black college, man. I was pissed off. My mother would not fill out, how when you underage, they got to fill out some paper to financial aid.
Yep.
She would not finish the paper, all because of a Social Security check. And I wasn't mad about it. I always ventured off as a kid, off into the entertainment world, hanging out with George Clinton and them. So, I
have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Being that we're celebrating Sign of the Times, have you thought about on your podcast kind of getting the band back together and doing like a round table, discussion maybe with like Levi or Miko or Eric
yes,
or
and Greg Brooks, but half the battle was getting all those guys on the same page.
Yeah.
Just tracking them down. I'm not a bounty hunter. And doing these podcasts are not easy.
No.
These live feeds are not easy. So for me to get on to your StreamYard, I had to copy and paste onto my text message in my phone and then click on.
Yeah.
Because modern day technology is something.
Yeah.
For some odd reason on the Facebook Messenger, it wouldn't come up. So I copied and pasted.
Yeah.
And then I was able to get on.
A question from the chat is maybe Wally has a perspective on why Prince had a thing for Holland in particular.
Prince loved Holland. That was the drug capital of the world too. I loved it too. So it was plenty of hay. It was plenty of hay up in there.
You know it.
I became a herbologist there. Hey, it was the drug capital of the world. But we were there. But the people there, they're such beautiful people. The Dutch over there. So, he loved it so much. He had a windmill brought to his house in Minneapolis.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but when the snow came, the heavy snow broke the wings on it. So that didn't work. Prince he would want a camel in the middle of the dead winter. That's the stuff he would do. Well, just don't tell him no.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't tell him he can't have it.
Yeah, definitely.
Because that's a different outcome.
Well, Wally, I just want to thank you so much for joining us.
No, thank you.
Really, really appreciate it. I love that.
Brother, it's been a pleasure, brother.
The theme. I love that you
Rick,
do it.
well, this is the Billy Sparks special.
Yes.
So, Nicolay, Rick, D'Angela, like I said, whenever you need me to come on, sister, I'm always around for you.
Thank you.
Without a hesitation, all you just got to call, and I'm coming.
Thank you. I really
I'm coming on.
And thank you for joining us, brother.
Yes, man. I enjoyed you guys because I didn't know if y'all was live or Memorex this morning. I was sitting on the couch like I was dreaming. Is this live? I didn't know if it was live or not because I saw people responding, and then Rodney said something, and I said, "Oh, yeah, this is live."
Yeah,
I said to myself, why the sister didn't ask me to come on with her?
Because I didn't want to bother you. That's what the be.
Oh, no. That's what I'm saying, sister. When God calls us, we come.
All right.
Whenever you need me, D'Angela, I'm always here for you. A lot of people ask me, man, do you ever get tired of talking about Prince? Yes, I do sometimes, but I can never get tired of talking to it with the fans.
Yes, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
Because who else know more about Prince than the bodyguards?
Yes.
Right? You with him 24/7. You sleeping right next door to him. And then you introduced to the world at the Carrier Dome as the dancing security. And I had no idea I was supposed to be up there doing on the stage. But I know I better keep doing security to keep my job. So, we really
appreciate all that you did, Wally, and your presence on the stage for Sign of the Times and the Sign of the Times film was just really awesome. So
I got the Cassidi box set, and I still haven't listened to it yet.
Mm-hmm.
And on my podcast, we just did a podcast with Dr. Susan Rogers and Dave Hampton. It's sound engineers. It's going to be pretty good. So I just, like I said, the podcast I'm doing, it's not for me, it's for the people that work for him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We appreciate you doing that.
Yes. And getting a perspective from their point of views. That's what it's all about.
Most definitely.
Yes.
So I just want to shout out everyone that's in the chat. You've given us life for the past 5 weeks. This is our final one. And I also have to give special thanks to Ricky and Nicolay. You guys
Hey, Ricky.
The very beginning.
Yes, and me and Nicolay go keep this going every week, but we're doing like Madhouse next week. Me and Nicolay will do a Madhouse tribute. We go discuss 8, 16, and all 3 versions of 24.
Oh, yeah.
And then we go map out our Madhouse tribute unit that we go assemble together.
Madhouse consisted of Levi, Dr. Fink, Eric Leeds, and Dale Alexander.
Yeah.
Dale, Prince idolized him coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Sonny Thompson. But Sheila, I got to give Sheila credit for bringing a lot of black musicians to Prince. And Dale, Prince chose him over this guy, John
Bennett, HB Bennett, John Bennett, something like that.
No, John Pears, the drummer for Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I told John when he came to audition, I told him, man, that's beneath you, man. You way better than that. And he was like, wow. But was not taking nothing from Dale Alexander because Dale battered and Prince on the keyboards. This guy is so talented, it's ridiculous.
Is he the guy that's in the Madhouse videos?
Yes, the drummer.
Okay.
Yes.
What's up? Man, wish they could have done more with that one.
Yeah.
Well, they had the band Madhouse in the that little short film I did with Greg Brooks.
Hard Life.
Hard Life.
Yeah.
So that like I said, that's a whole nother story. This guy was unbelievable.
So how did that happen? How did he just say we're just gonna make a movie today? Like how did?
Well, believe it or not, D'Angela, we was in the middle of rehearsal we took a break and come back. It was a film crew in there. And so I ad-libbed everything in there. Me, Mr. Nelson playing pool. I'm in there cheating on the pool table, you know. So it was a free range. That guy, I mean, you know, he said misdirected by Prince. But hey, you know, hey man, it's, you know, working for him was beautiful. You know, he was a natural. You know,
Yeah.
I just love that brother to death.
Oh, thank you so much. So hugs from Australia. We got Melina from Australia, who's been with us for most of the time.
Hey, Melina.
Yes, and Hard Life, Oscar Mature right there. I love Hard Life. It's so amazing. And again, we're going to go this time because, like Kamilah, I do need to get something to eat. But this has been a blast having Wally on, and it's been a blast.
Hey, it's always a
Thank you,
pleasure
brother.
to hang out with you guys.
And say, D'Angela, you know, bravo to you. You know, I know I joke all the time and tell people that we were having these conversations back in 86, 87 at the school cafeteria and in the library. And we just have we have a bigger community now.
Yes.
So we're able to share things. But yeah, but I have seen you, you know, over the years. I'm just, you know, I'm you know, way back. You know how it goes.
Yeah,
I'm proud of you. Good job though. I mean, you know, you still, you know, like you are true to what you do. And so hey.
Yes. She does an excellent job.
Yes, she does.
Thank you. And Prince forever. That's what Prince forever until the day I die. I mean,
that's right.
That's right. All right. So goodbye, everyone. Have a great.
I'll talk to you later.
All right. See you guys later.
All right.
All right, man. Nice meeting you, Wally. Thank you for coming.
You too, brothers.
Join us, brother.
Right.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.